Hello? Hello! Call me Aiden, call me nothing, but the name's nothing brief. How's everybody doing today on this Thursday afternoon? Yeah. Ah, so I just got home from getting my copy of Xenoblade X, so that's all set for later tonight. I went ahead and put it into my Switch just in case there's like some like update file that I need to like download for it, but it doesn't look like that there is. Oh, version 1.0.1. Okay, yeah, so there was like some kind of update, but it already finished, so we should be good to start that later tonight. Unable to connect to the internet. Oh yeah, right, because it's not connected to Wi-Fi. It's only docked, which that's fine too. But yeah, apparently though, there is like some type of like multiplayer in Xenoblade X, because I opened up the the case, and it was like a little thing for Nintendo Online with like I think it's a 32 player like raids and things like that. It's like, what? And then like being able to recruit like other people's like custom characters as like blades, and it's like, huh? So yeah, but I don't want to read too much into it because I also kind of know a little bit that Xenoblade X is like a very different game compared to just the mainline Chronicles like the trilogy. But yeah, I also wanted to just like wait to see all of that in person anyway too. But yeah, I woke up and my eye hurts like it has constant pressure on it. Oh no! Yeah, because I know that you were sick yesterday, so it sounds like that you're kind of like in the worst of it right now. But yeah. Will we be making Aiden as the character in Xenoblade later? I think so, which I don't know like how much I'll need to like change for my design, you know? Because I'm already like very like very Xenoblade inspired, like, or casually inspired by Xenoblade with my outfit anyway. But yeah, so that'll be interesting to say the least. Okay, but let's go back here. About there? Yeah, about there. So we shall see. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not like too pressed about like the story of X, because as far as I hear, it's like the weakest story out of like all of the Xenoblade games. But that might change with like whatever they decide to add in the definitive edition for this case. So yeah, I don't know how much you can customize your mech, but you should also just see Aiden. Just the Aiden mech. Ah man. Honestly, I get the feeling that the mech might be more customizable than your like actual like playable character, but we'll see. We'll see. I have high hopes in that regard. But yeah, and then also I'm excited to hear the music too, because the composer for this Xenoblade game is mostly Sawano. I'm pretty sure, who you may know as the main composer for Kill la Kill. So yeah, and a lot of other I think Studio Trigger like animes and films too. So yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to hear like his like heavy rock music inside of Xenoblade. So yeah. But Cav, hello. Hope your day's been going good so far. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Alright, I think I talked about Xenoblade enough for at the start of this Fate stream, because we will be playing it later tonight. But otherwise, let's go ahead and open up Fate and actually read the story properly this time. There you go. I don't even need to change anything for this screen because it's all going to be set properly anyway. Here you go. So a little less work for me. Alright. Continue? No, we just gotta do new game, right? For this part. Remembering 10 years ago. Warning. Skip the scene? No. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. He died. I'll point out all the times that I thought you guys were talking about the game when you were sending your messages. Yeah, which means the text is gonna be this ugly green for a little bit. Man. Yeah, but I got chills, with like, with this opening up with the Unlimited Blade Works, like, chant, because I wasn't expecting to see that, like, right here, at the very start when we hit the new game. I was also trying to figure out what I needed to do, because I accidentally loaded back into an old save with Rin, instead of just hitting new game. But yeah. Going hello hello. Hope your evening's been going good so far. Yeah. Alright, when I came to, I was lying in a burning field. It must have been a big fire. The familiar town was an unrecognizable, smoking ruin. It looked like a scene from a war movie. The sight didn't last long though. As morning dawned, the fires gradually died down. I'm okay, what about you? I'm doing okay too. Yeah. Day's been off to like a reasonable start so far. The towering walls of flame shrunk to embers, and most of the buildings looked to have collapsed. It felt so strange, being the only unchanged thing in the town. I was the only one left alive. I am the bone of my sword. I am the Mari of my sword. I was either fortunate, or the house I've been inside was built on the luckiest ground of all time. I made it. Welcome! You just like, I just read the chant for Unlimited Blade Works. But yeah. Either way, I was the only one alive. Since I'd survived, I felt I needed to keep on living. I walked aimlessly, thinking it would be dangerous to remain where I was. You read the thing, yeah. I wish it was the first time I read it though. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid becoming what had happened to everyone around me, those scorched, blackened masses. I will make the best of this situation now, so not to try to like harp on it too much. So I will make that promise right now. It wasn't a feeling of disgust. Some other emotion was driving me on. What do you mean? This is the first time you read it? Yeah, exactly! At the same time, I had no hope. Just don't mind the fact that the text is green, except instead of white. It was a miracle I was alive at all, and I didn't think I was going to last much longer. Oh, I guess I should kind of explain, for like any VOD watchers who watch this stream instead of like the failed attempt. Yeah, I read to myself for like a whole 2.5 hours. And I thought I was live, but I wasn't, so we're redoing the like first 2 days pretty much of a Shido story because I kinda need to. Yeah. Green means new? Oh yeah, right. Sorry, I mean green means new. Yeah. There was an incident yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. There was just no way in hell I was going to survive. There was simply no way I would ever escape this crimson hellscape, no matter what I did. That was how desperate, how hellish this place was, even through the eyes of a young boy. And then I collapsed. Either there was no air around me, or I simply couldn't breathe anymore. I just collapsed, and all I could do was to look up at the slowly clouding sky. The scorched black masses around me lay motionless. The dark clouds covered the sky, promising rain. Good. The rain would put out the fires. I took one final deep breath and looked up at the rain clouds. I couldn't breathe, but I still felt pain. I said that out loud, on behalf of all those people who couldn't say those words themselves. That was 10 years ago. Miraculously, in the midst of all that, I was saved. My physical body survived, but everything else was scorched, reduced to ash. When a young child loses their parents or their home, there's really nothing left of them. And so, everything other than my body perished, put as simply as possible, in exchange for my body living. My heart died. I'm dreaming. I squinted, seeing a bright white light. It was blinding. Light stabbed at my eyes when I woke. I doubt I really knew what the sensation of blinding light was in the first place. As my eyes adjusted, I woke, alarmed. I was lying in a bed I didn't recognize, in a room I didn't recognize. I was honestly stunned, but the cleanliness of the right room made me feel at ease.
どこだろうここ
I looked blankly at my surroundings. The room was spacious, and beds lined it in neat rows. All the beds were full and it looked like each bed's occupant was injured. The room didn't feel depressing at all. Everyone injured survived. I let my eyes wander. I looked out the window. The clear blue sky was so incredibly beautiful. I read every message actually. I just don't always read it out loud. A few days passed, and I was finally able to take in the situation. I had no problem remembering what happened the days before, but I wasn't much different from a newborn during this time. Strange as it is, that was closer to the truth than might seem possible. The fire was just that bad. I was rescued from the fire, I awoke in a hospital, my parents were gone, and my entire body was wrapped in bandages. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I did know that I was alone. It didn't take long for me to accept my circumstances. Maybe I had no choice, really. All the other children were in the same boat. And then, later, in the moment I, naive as I was, started to worry about what would become of me, he walked in. He appeared the day my bandages came off and I started eating on my own. His hair was disheveled, his suit tattered. He looked a bit younger than my doctor. He looked more like someone's older brother than someone's father.
こんにちは。君がシロー君だね。
His beaming smile seemed to blend into the pouring white sunlight. His voice was somehow irritatingly fake, yet extremely gentle.
率直に聞くけど、孤児院に預けられるのと、初めて会ったおじさんに引き取られるの、君はどっちがいいかな?
He was offering to take me in. I asked if we were related. He said we were complete strangers. He looked like an unremarkable, unreliable guy. But then again, he was no more or less familiar than the orphanage. It's Lato-san, yeah! I mean, what? I don't know that. So I decided I'd go with him.
そうか。よかった。なら早く身支度を済ませよう。新しい家に一日でも早く慣れなくっちゃいけないからね。
I wonder, wait, what's his voice? He started gathering my things hastily. Even as young as I was, I could see he wasn't any good at it. And after he made a mess packing...
おっと、大切なことを言い忘れた。うちに来る前に、一つだけ教えなくちゃいけないことがある。
Ooh. He's a Yakuza character, ain't he? Like... No, not like a part of the Yakuza, but in front, like, voiced in the series Yakuza. Can't put the name to the voice though. He turned, asking for confirmation.
はじめに言っておくとね、僕は魔法使いなんだ。
He said it in a serious, almost ceremonious manner. It happened so fast. Now that I think back, I was also immature. I just accepted his words as fact. I took it neither as a joke or a genuine statement.
うわじいさんすごいな
I guess I said something like that, eyes wide in astonishment. And I was his child. Actually, I don't remember how that conversation went. But every now and then, my old man would bring it up. He would recount that scene over and over, acting all embarrassed. That scene might have been the happiest day of my old man, a man named Kiritsugi Emiya's life. You can say that it was one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid he was a magician. But I was no better, the way I so eagerly bought into it. And that was how my old man adopted me, and how I took the last name Emiya. Shiro Emiya. When I said that name out loud, I felt really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugi. Old man Emiya, yeah. I'm dreaming. It's from my childhood. It's probably about 8 years ago. since it's about the time when I talked my old man into making me his apprentice. Kiritsugi had started going away on a regular basis, once I was old enough to stay home by myself. He'd always give some childish, unbelievable explanation like, I'm going to go on an adventure around the world. Then he'd actually do it. From then on, that's how it always was. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a month, and at times, he didn't come home for half a year. The Emiya mansion is an expansive Japanese samurai-style house, and Kiritsugi and I were the only ones living there. It felt too big and empty for a child like me, and at times, I felt lost. But I liked my life there. Whenever Kiritsugi came home from his trips, he would brag and tell stories like an excited child. And another child, one who shared his last name, always looked forward to those stories. I may have been alone in the mansion, but Kiritsugi's stories always helped lessen that. He was always pursuing a dream like a boy. I was wary of his whims, yet at the same time, he always looked radiant to me. Maybe that's why I hope to be like him one day. Well, as childish as they might have been, I realized I needed to get my act together, since I had an old man with his head constantly in the clouds. Alright, first day! January 31st. One day. Kiritsugi-ji-san. I hear a sound. The heavy, rusted hinges on the door creak as it's being pushed open. Light pours in through the crack in the door. My mind tries to shake off the slumber.
先輩、起きてますか？
Hmm? I hear footsteps drawing near, and I feel the winter air flowing in. Baby!
はい、おはようございます、先輩。先輩、朝ですよ。まだ時間はありますけど、ここで眠っていたら藤村先生に怒られます。
そうだな。よく起こしに来てくれた。いつもすまない。
そんなことありません。先輩、いつも朝は早いですから。
To be honest, Mr. Brief, you should have known something was wrong when I didn't say anything when Sakura was on screen. I thought work was just that heavy that day. Okay, that's the last I'll comment on this. Yeah.
こんな風に起こしに来れるなんてたまにしかありません。
I'm not sure why, but Sakura looks more cheerful than usual.
そうかな。結構桜には起こされてるぞ、俺。
Who said that?
けど、藤姉には叩き起こされるから、桜の方が助かる。これに懲りずに次は頑張る。
It took me a while to really remember who everybody's names were in the beginning here. I answer, still half asleep. My head's still not right, so even I don't know what I'm saying.
はい、わかりました。でも、頑張ってもらわない方が嬉しいです、私。
There's so many characters. Yeah, no. Sakura is giggling. Crap. I might still be so sleepy I've said something weird.
ちょっと待ってくれ。すぐ起きるから。
The cold winter air helps at times like these. The chill snaps my lethargic mind awake. And in front of me stands my junior at school, Sakura Mato. Julie? I'm in my house's storehouse, and it's just about 6 o'clock in the morning.
先輩、
目が覚めた。ごめんな、桜。またやっちまった。朝の支度手伝わないといけないのに。
そんなのいいんです。先輩、夕べも遅かったんでしょ？なら、朝はゆっくりしてください。朝食の支度は私がしておきますから。
Sakura is practically bouncing with excitement. That's odd. Sakura is weirdly energetic this morning.
バカ、そういうわけにいくか。今起きるから一緒にキッチンに行こう。よ よし、準備完了。それじゃあ行こう、さくら。
いえ、その先輩。
なんだよ、他に何かあるのか？
いえ、そういうことではないんですけど、その先輩、家に戻る前に着替えた方がいいと思います。
I finally look at myself. I fell asleep working last night, so I'm still wearing my coveralls. The coveralls I wear while I'm working are usually dirty. Who knows what Fujine would say or do if I went to the house as is.
まだ目が覚めてないみたいだ。なんか普段に増して抜けてるな、俺。
You know, even with like with her full name being out there, Sakura Mato, I was thinking in my head around this point, it's like, wait, is Fujimura her older sister? You know, because they keep calling her Fujine, so just like, wait, am I getting this right? I was like, no.
そうかもしれませんね。ですから朝食の支度は私に任せて、先輩はもう少しゆっくりしていてください。それにほら、ここを散らかしっぱなしにしていたら藤村先生に怒られるでしょ。
This is when I remembered that Fujimura was that teacher. It's like, oh right. This is so funny because she's always like this, but he's just sleepy, so he finally noticed. Ah, that's fair. Yeah.
そうだな。それじゃあ着替えてから行くから、さくらは先に戻っていてくれ。
はい、お待ちしてますね、先輩。
Well, no. If anything, they've known each other for a spoiler amount of time, and yet this is the first time he's noticed. Like, really? Sakura quickly walks out. Okay then. I'll change in my school uniform first. Then I need to collect all the parts I left scattered around. The storehouse is in the corner of the backyard, and all sorts of junk is crammed in here. Typical man. I've always liked to tinker with gadgets, so the place is a treasure trove to me. Oh yeah, this is when I was just like, yo, wait, is he just me? Like tinkering around this stuff and all that? The old man forbade me to go into the storehouse, but I ignored his warnings and snuck inside almost every day. Now it's sort of a base for me. Kidding, he gets a pass because young man. Yeah, he's got some more time to learn. I guess you could call this place my real room. The massive Emiya house never felt homey to me, but I always felt at ease in here, surrounded by all this junk.
そもそももったいないじゃないか。ガラクタって言ってもまだ使えるし。
The majority of the things in the storehouse are everyday things, mostly unusable. I'm not sure whether I brought it all in because I like it in here, or whether I like this place because it was full of junk. Either way, I snuck into this storehouse almost daily, and I made sort of a hobby of fixing broken things. I'm not the type who gets attached to things, but it just didn't feel right to neglect things that are still usable. Or maybe it would be better to say the idea of doing that just bothered me. Which is why I stayed up all night trying to fix a broken stove.
完成は明日か。途中で寝るなんて集中力が足りない証拠だ。
I tried to shake off my self-disgust at that. I gathered the parts for the stove and put them back on the shelf of things waiting to be fixed. There is no more room though. Once I fix the stove, an old VCR is up next. Both of which were destroyed by Fujine. We can set that aside for now. I change into my school uniform. Since the storehouse is like my own room, I have all the essentials, including change of clothes, in here. The rest are things like haphazardly drawn blueprints scattered all over the place, and literal junk from my failed attempts at fixing various things. Also, there's some sort of pattern carved into the storehouse's floor, perhaps used as some sort of altar in the past. Yeah, I immediately clocked this too as like a summoning circle. And this is eventually going to be how Emiya summons Sewer.
さて、今日も一日頑張って精進しよう。
I clap my hands in prayer at the storehouse and turn towards the mansion, but I don't know yet. Haven't gotten that far. Definitely not a summoning circle. I walk from the storehouse to the mansion. This Emiya residence is a Japanese samurai-style house located on the outskirts of town. My old man wasn't from a notable family, yet for some reason he owned this giant house. That in and itself was a mystery, and it also seems he didn't have any relatives here in Japan. And so when my old man died, there was no one else to inherit this mansion, so it came to me as his adopted son. Though to be honest, I don't have any administrative abilities. So things like inheritance, property taxes, and any other complicated things are all handled by Old Man Fujimura. Old Man Fujimura is a major businessman who lives nearby. Kinda house they visit for one episode in the anime. But here, we just live here. Kiritsugi described Old Man Fujimura as an old man who's like a Yakuza boss. Obviously, that was his own biased view. In fact, Old Man Fujimura is not like a Yakuza boss. He is a Yakuza boss. That may be a problem in and of itself, but I try not to dwell on it. Anyway, that's why I live in this giant mansion on my own. So in 5 years since my old man died, time sure does fly. I sigh, thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I train every day to become like Kiritsugi, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising, since I didn't have what it takes from the start, but the fact that I haven't improved at all these past 5 years forces me to reassess things. He died, yeah. This was around the time that the he died message was sent, and it was like, yeah, he did. Sorry, I had to. Yeah. I trained every day to become like Kiritsugi, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising. Wait, I read that. If I had to sum up my current situation, I'd say I set the bar too high. I haven't even reached the starting line. It's so funny in hindsight, just wait until later. We all had to do it to him, man. No, rushing won't do me any good. For now, I just have to do what I can. Okay then, what I need to do now is... Alright, this is where the panic started to set in, because now I had to start making choices in the story. And then that was when I started looking at these, and so like, yeah, I'm gonna like make all the same choices because I don't want to change anything about the first playthrough, you know? So that's what I'm gonna do. But yeah. But I kind of chose a bit more readily to go help Sakura compared to taking care of daily tasks. Because we just got out, right? Skip this scene? No. Please do not. Right. I need to help Sakura. I believe in your acting skills. Oh boy. Making someone younger than me do all the work would be embarrassing. I feel bad for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. But I'm too late. Breakfast looks to be done already. The appetizing scent of the breakfast Sakura cooked wafts towards me from the kitchen. Sakura finished cooking, and she's searching the cupboards for dishes. Chiro is such a nice boy. He is! So silly. So silly, but a nice boy. Yeah.
もう来ちゃったんですか、先輩。
もうじゃないぞ。6時10分って言ったら朝飯を食ってる時間じゃないか。完全に寝坊だよ。
Yeah, and I think it was around here that you sent the message, like the time change got to him too. And it was like, yeah.
そんなことはないと思いますよ。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に早起きです。
部活は関係ない。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのも問題じゃないか。
いえ、私は好きでしていることですから、部活のことは気にしないでください。
ああ、それは何度も聞いた。だから俺も部活に関係なく早起きしてるんだ。さくらが来てくれるならその時間には起きてないと失礼だろ。
Exhibit A. Mari did not call Sakura by baby. Very suspicious. I should have seen all the signs. I just thought Okay, chat is kind of responding to what's happening on screen, so maybe it's just one of those days. No, I just want to protect. To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and oversleeping means I make Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Such a cute girl, she doesn't deserve anything that happens to her. Though, this arrangement started only about a year and a half ago.
ともかく、さくらは休んでろよ。あとは並べるだけなんだから、それぐらい俺にやらせてくれ。
I think that you thinking we were lurking was the worst part. I don't know what to say, because it's not like we haven't had those days before, you know? I stand next to Sakura and pull out the dishes. Sakura has a surprisingly stubborn side, so she won't rest unless I really push.
なら、私もお手伝いします。お皿には私が盛りますから。
I'm annoying, I would tell you.
先輩がお茶を沸かしてください。
I don't think you're annoying though, but that would be true. You guys would tell me. But what makes it worse too was Nai. You sent that like cat lurking emote before the he died part, so that made me to think during the rest of the stream that okay, so he's not gonna be like as active today, but he'll be here. So yeah. Yeah, that was what did it. Because if it wasn't for like that lurking emote, and it's like, oh okay, so I just had to do my own thing today. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not talkative at all, or really talkative. But Mario is consistent with this game. Yeah.
いや、だから全部こっちでやるからいいってば。
You sent it because the stream was alive. I realize that in retrospect now. But so it's my fault then, is what you're saying? No. I think it's the fault of the guy who didn't actually start the stream. So, you know.
いけません。先輩はお家の主人なんですから。
Ooh, also, it's starting to get a little
桜井は
hot. It's
ど
only
んと
time to
構
fan.
えていてください。
There we go. Fan on.
どーんと構えろって。さくら一人に働かせてのんびりしている主人なんて家主失格だぞ。いいから、さくらは今に言ってろって。
Bad joke. It was fate. What's funny too is that entire day, like, things were not going to plan at all for everything that I was doing that day, in both good and bad ways, you know. And I was like, oh, we didn't mean to like buy this like food item, but we're gonna go ahead and buy it because we want it, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, oh, just like we didn't mean to make like this turn at this point on the highway, but it actually ended up working out and things like that. So yeah, just like a lot of like little things that culminated in the stream later that night. Oh, I made lunch. I eat chocolate milk and a bag of chips. Nice.
はい。ぜひ失格してください。これ、いつも美味しいご飯を食べさせてもらっているお返しなんです。だからできれば、先輩にはゆっくりしていてほしいです。
食費だったら折半なんだから、さくらが気にすることじゃない。感謝なんて言ったら、俺がしたいぐらいだ。さくらが来て。
Whoops. I thought he was done.
先輩、分かってなかったんですね。先輩のお家のご飯が美味しいのは、そういうことじゃないんです。
Yeah, I was impressed that Shiro knew how to cook in the first place. And that, I think they mentioned it here. Yeah. No, not yet. Okay. Yes, and then... But yeah. But until she started helping out, I just had the idea like, oh, he wasn't making, like, proper meals, though. Even though he knew how to cook.
そういうことじゃないって、どういうことだ?
Well, he had to raise himself, yeah. Is there no auto option? There is, but it's gonna be, like, a little weird, for, like, red text. No, actually, I can kind of just change that. Advanced settings. Okay, let's make this match. The unread text for now. There we go.
いえ、なんでもありません。けど、 責任取ってくださいね。私、先輩の家じゃないとご飯を美味しくいただけなくなっちゃったんですから。
バカ、おかしなこと言うな。
Also hate the UI sounds, it's just the PS4 menu sounds. Well, really, this game came first, so does this sound like the PS4, or does the PS4 sound like this game?
藤姉に聞かれたらどうするんだ。あの人には冗談なんて通じないんだから。
そうですね。藤村先生に聞かれたら大変です。
Stop, I might get ideas.
あんまりおかしなこと言うな。
Did the game always have those sound effects? I'm not sure. Because this is the remastered after all, so they might have changed it before this release.
はい、言いません。
But I get the impression probably still was the same.
お手伝いしていいですよね、先輩。
Sakura looks me in the eyes so naturally and calmly.
いいよ、好きにしろ。そんなにやりたきゃさくらに任せる。
はい、好きにします、私。
What a troublesome kohai.
本当に最近言うこと聞かなくなったよな、さくら。
ですね。藤村先生に似てきたのかもしれません。
She responds softly as she reaches towards the cupboard. Her dark hair gently falls over her shoulder, and the curves of her body catch my eye. I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura's been looking more feminine lately. This is where I started like freaking out. The casual movements of her profile are so pretty, and I inadvertently avert my eyes.
先輩、どうかしましたか?
Now that there's finally plot happening in his life, he's like puberty is also like finally here too.
いや、どうもしてない。どうもしてないから気にしないでくれ。
Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's younger sister? Sakura's just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine, and she's someone I needed to look after. Alright, and I was trying to figure out who would be this friend's younger sister, and at first I thought it was Rin. It's like, no. It's like, that's not, they're not related, and then I thought, this is what also made me more think that Fujimura and her were related, because Fujimura is not an Emiya after all. But yeah. I wonder why, yeah. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly, though initially we weren't very close since she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt, and things kinda stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better, but I guess something or other happened, and somehow she ended up helping out with household chores. Yes, something happened, right? Seaweed head? Now see, I would have been confused because I wouldn't have remembered his name, but it wasn't until I met him again, and they had to like say it like plainly to me. It's like, and like that was when it hit me. Either way, Sakura's a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. It is awesome, Mato. Yeah. It's like that like flew over my head. And Rin's prologue too, that they were both Mato. So yeah, I just thought they were talking about like the same person the entire time. Part of the experience though, yeah. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting recently. Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. I'm sure being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm unfazed, and when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai. I mean, she's a cute girl, like Emiya. What's wrong with liking her? Skip scene? No. Breakfast is lined up neatly on the table. A perfectly balanced meal of chicken with parsley salad, grilled salmon, blanched spinach, miso soup of radish and carrots, and grated yam soup. Hope you guys ate. Sakura and I sit down and bow, and begin our meal in silence. The gentle tapping of chopsticks is the only sound in the room. Sakura isn't typically talkative, and I hardly have anything to chat about during meals. So we eat in silence. Normally it's much rowdier than this, but the person who usually causes the commotion must have watched a spy movie or something last night, because she's eyeing the two of us through a newspaper she propped up in front of her food. Oh, 2 hours till lunch. Hang in there. Sakura remarks diffidently, but Fujine ignores her. Yeah, I mentioned, I've never heard of this word before. Fujine is acting weird, but her being weird at breakfast isn't really all that weird for her. Sakura's used to it too, and she's eating as if nothing's the matter. Sakura typically cooks up Western dishes. She really only began learning to cook Japanese dishes since she started coming here to help me out. You know what I need to do? I need to put like just an egg over my ribeye steak when I try to cook that. I don't know if I should do fried or if I should just do a sunny side up egg on top of it, and that will be like my breakfast meal. Ooh, that sounds really good. Okay, I can do that tomorrow. Sakura learned to cook simple Japanese dishes, at least for breakfast, because Fujine and I prefer them. And then we have Hawaiian bread too, and like the mini half loaves. Oh, that's gonna be a really good breakfast. Now, Sakura's cooking skills have improved to the point she's better than me, and I'm the one who is teaching her. Decidedly. Hesitant in acting or speaking due to lack of self-confidence. Oh. Huh. Wait, she was not self-confident? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Her miso soup is flavorful and refined now, and she's even gotten to the point where she can grate yams and make yam soup. Actually, I think today is the first time she's served yam soup. Felt, yeah. She knows about my usual sauce? Fujine nods. The newspaper shuffles. Hai, douzo. A line of soy sauce streams from the bottle onto the grated white mound. I stir the mixture up, pour it over my rice, and take a bite. The stickiness of the grated yam combined with the intense flavor of the soy sauce. Her laugh. Fujine tosses her newspaper onto the table with an enthusiastic flick of her wrist. The not-so-mysterious spy punches the air in victory. Her face. She's gonna be the same age as me. It's like, what? Fujine sits back down and shovels her breakfast into her mouth.
はい、ごちそうさま。朝ごはん、今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。はい、お粗末様でした、先生。それじゃあ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
And off she goes, stomping out in a rush. There's something terribly wrong with a world that allows someone like her to be a teacher. But there are definitely worse people out there who are teachers.
先輩。
すまない。せっかくの朝食だっていうのに、藤姉のやつ、ろくに味わいもしないで。
いえ、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？食べ物に細工するなんて藤村先生にしてはやりすぎですから。
いや、それがさ、昨日ついあだ名で呼んじまった。
それじゃあ仕方ありませんね。先輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
めんぼくない。いつものことなんで忘れてた。
ダメですよ。藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。また泣かせちゃったんでしょう。
Yeah, and then look at Sakura's like sprite right there. She's like ready to attack.
泣かした上にダットのごとく走り去らせた。おかげで昨日の英語は自習だった。
Study hall. Taiga, yeah. And then like her nickname was Tiger because of that. She's so cute. You tell him. In fact, everyone in class worked together to make an award for me from their notebook paper because of that. I threw it away, obviously.
もう、それじゃあ、今朝のは先輩が悪いです。
Fujine is like an older sister to Sakura, so she's typically on Fujine's side. This was when I realized that they are not actually sisters, unlike an older sister. Which is fine on its own, but I wish she would consider the fact that I have to deal with Fujine all day long. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of my old man, as she swung by the house pretty frequently since I was adopted. She kept on coming over even after my old man died. Now she acts like a freeloader, eating breakfast and dinner every day. Nothing is also like my older sister? He watches Smallville? Oh yeah, true. You're right. Actually, it might have been thanks to Fujine that I was able to make it on my own after my old man died. And now, it's me, Fujine, and Sakura who are the residents of this Emiya house. But at the same time, I'm the only one who knows that my old man was a mage. They say mages have to keep that part of their lives a secret. Which is why I've also been hiding from others that I'm learning magecraft after I became my old man's apprentice. Learning may be a bit of a stretch, really, since I can barely use magecraft properly. So it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hide magecraft or not, but since it was my old man's dying wish, I've been training in secret. And it's so crazy that like him and Rin have like interacted just like briefly already, and like they are the same people, you know? I finish breakfast and get ready for school. Put away the dishes with Sakura as I listen to the news on TV in the background. Sakura is looking blankly at the TV. A flashy caption reading "Gas leaks continue" pops up on the screen. There seems to have been a big accident in a neighboring city of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. Apparently everyone on one of its floors lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Authorities have been calling it an accident resulting from gas leaks, but for some reason these incidents have been happening often.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
いえ、別に。ただ、事故がシントで起きているなら近いなって。先輩、シントの方でアルバイトしていますよね。
してるけど、別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。今のニュースみたいな事故は起きないと思う。
But I can't entirely ignore the idea either. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and it especially pains me to think that hundreds of people have fallen victim. Some say that these accidents are happening because of faulty construction work done during the rapid development projects in Shinto. Either way, I hope there won't be any more victims.
物騒な話だ。俺たちも気をつけないと。
それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
What a good girl. Sakura proudly proclaims.
いや、そういう話でなくて。
Yep, I've always known Sakura is a little off too. Alright, I know I read it, but did they mention this already? For some reason... Oh yeah, I did mention this here. Yeah, but I was already thinking by this point, here, that these people aren't dying because of the gas leaks, but because of, like, that mage, that's the master of Lancer, like, taking people's souls in order to feed them, like they were trying to do at the school, you know? But I'm not sure if that's right or wrong yet, but that's what I'm thinking because I'm trying to read more, like, in between the lines, you know?
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
したよ。缶抜きかけたけど、問題あるか？
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。
少し遅くなると思う。さくらは？
私はいつも通りです。多分私の方が早いと思いますから、夕食の下準備は済ませておきますね。
Usually I'm pretty good at, like, hearing when the end of, like, a Japanese line is, but sometimes I can mess up.
助かる。俺もできるだけ早く帰るよ。
The gate is locked tight. Sakura and Fujine both have keys to the house, and the rule is that whoever leaves last is in charge of locking everything up.
行こうか。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
はい。それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
Sakura and I walk into town. We walk downhill along a long wall to reach a more populated residential area. The Emiya house is located on top of a hill, away from the center of town. Heading down the hill leads us to the residential area. Going further down, we reach the intersection at the center of town. Several roads lead out from the center of town. There's a large bridge that connects to the neighboring town. A hill that leads to Ryudo Temple. A residential area located opposite my house. A shopping district that both Sakura and I often go to. And finally, there's a path that leads to our school. Alright, this being the second time around actually makes it a lot easier to visualize where all those places are relative to that area. We head straight to school without taking any detours. It's barely 7 o'clock, so there's hardly anyone around. Students making their way to their morning club activities are the only ones to be found along our route. Our route.
それじゃあまたな。部活頑張れよ。
I see Sakura off at the school gate as usual. Sakura's in the Kyudo club, so this is where we usually split off. And yet, Sakura doesn't budge this morning.
さくら、体の調子悪いのか？
いえ、そういうことじゃなくて、先輩、たまには道場の方に寄っていきませんか？
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。それに今日は一斉に頼まれてるから生徒会室に行かないとまずい。
She wants them to see her. Or she wants her to see him.
ごめんなさい。
Wait.
余計なことを言っちゃって。
No, I had it right the first time. Sakura quickly bows her head.
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにしていてくださいね。
Issei. Yeah. Sakura run towards the dojo, seeming almost apologetic. What was that? I wonder what that was about. What it was all about. And why that wasn't voiced at all. The man, the myth, the legend.
Issei, いるか?
いるぞ。今朝は少し遅かったな、エミヤ。
Issei glances up from his desk, looking like he's been studying some papers. Also, by this point, by now, I can actually hear the Sasuke and Emiya's voice.
一世だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろ
う。いや、あいにくとうちのメンバーはビジネスライクでね。働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。
それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。ここはここで大変そうだな。
何？好きでしている苦労だ。エミヤに同情してもらうのは筋が違う。
いや、一世に同情なんてしてないぞ。
Sasuke, if he got enough therapy to blend into society, still like lost his entire family and was adopted, but still.
それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が移っているということでは同じだからな。
Issei, who is gathering his papers into a single sheaf and tapping the edge against the table to score them neatly, is a big boss of the student council. He's been working to reform the student council, which has grown quite lax, and he's been a friend of mine since our first year in school. His full name is Issei Ryudo. Oh yeah, so that means that he's related to like the priests at the Ryudo temple, who is also talking with Rin about the Magician Society? Mage Association, there we go. I forgot to breathe. Despite his old-fashioned sounding name, he has elegant facial features and he's popular with the girls, I think. With the Rin thing. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he would have the leg up over everyone else, but he's not exactly the case.
やはり朝は舌がしびれるほどの熱湯が良い。
He's saying stuff like that as he sips tea that prevents him from quite sticking the landing. Oh, since we read it in the prologue, the fact that this man called Rin a vixen, yeah. As evidence, Issei is quite plain. He's prone to be misunderstood, yet he neither dabbles in relationships nor he does what typical students do for fun. He's a true hater. I support him as the ignored BL route. Ah, I see. He's the heir of Ryudo Temple, which sits atop the mountain. He himself understands he will inherit the temple, and there's a strong possibility that he'll shave his head without so much as a complaint as soon as he graduates from school.
それで、今日は何をするんだ？
ああ、まあともかく座って一服
Bald
と言い
Issei.
たいのだが、時間がないな。移動がてら説明をするゆえ、いつもの道具を持ってついてきてくれ。率直に言うとな、うちの学校、金のバランスが極端なんだよ。
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで、他に予算がいかないんだろ？
結果、文化系の部員は絶えず不遇の扱いでな。
Man.
今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明でうまく回っていない。おかげで未だ文化系の物質は不遇でな。特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。
そうか。あ、マイナスドライバーくれ。一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。
Isn't it kind of crazy?
これぐらいならなんとか。
Isn't it kind of crazy that like a student council has this much power over like the budget of like school clubs, you know? Because over here, like clubs and things like that are all kind of financed independently from each other and aren't really decided by the schools themselves for the most part. And any like additional things that they have is up to like the student fees when they join the club. But here, It seems like that there is like a set budget that they have to allocate to like all the other clubs, so it's just really interesting to think about how they do it over in Japan, or at least in this universe.
動線これか。
Good for them.
よくわからん。
Unless you go to a sports school. True. In which case, that's very clearly, they have like a set, like, vision in mind.
間違っていたら叱ってくれ。
当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？ここ以外にも故障してんのがあんのか？
ある。第二視聴覚室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
Oh, that makes me wonder, if the stove, quote unquote, that, Shiro was fixing in his storehouse was actually a stove? Or if it was just, supposed to be a heater, because of how they, call it in Japanese.
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がイかれてなくて助かった。
Like a tabletop stove? Oh, okay, so like one of those, portable ones. That makes sense to you. Maybe, yeah.
うん。治りそうか、エミヤ。
They're probably less ambiguous about it in the anime, since you can actually see it, right? For Hot Pot, yeah.
治るよ。こういう時、古いやつは分かりやすくていい。
ある。第二視聴覚室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がイかれてなくて助かった。
うん。治りそうか、エミヤ。
治るよ。こういう時、古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから、新しいのに変えれば、とりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。
そうか。やるな、エミヤ。お前が頼りになると、極めて嬉しいぞ。
おかしな日本語使うね、一世。
Are you looking for a student, Emiya? For somebody who also wants to, like, tinker and repair stuff?
もう少しで済むから、ちょっと外に出ててくれ。
うん。エミヤの邪魔はせん。
Isai quietly steps out of the classroom. He might be thinking that I'm going to start on some sensitive work.
いや、デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
Oh yeah, I was also so excited for you to meet Shiro because also Tinkerer. Is that the word? Yeah! Like, I think that's the most, like, accurate, like, occupation to call me. But I just kind of switched it around with, like, Tinkerer, Mechanic, and just, like Handyman, like, kind of, like, interchangeably. But yeah. So I was also very excited, too, when I realized how much, like, similarities that he has to, like, me, the VTuber. The mechanist, yeah. I put my hand to the old electric stove. No matter how long someone's been fixing things, they can't usually figure out what's wrong by sight. So the fact that I can means what I'm doing is not ordinary. Like the dude from Fallout 3. Oh, him! I close my eyes and look inside the stove by touch. And then suddenly, a single image pops into my head.
電熱線が断線しかかってるのが2つと。
This is crazy.
電熱管はまだ持つな。電源コードの方は絶縁テープでなんとかなる。
I just realized you two both have red hair as well. Wow, twins. Exactly! Good. I should be able to fix it with just the tools I brought along. If the electrical pipes were broken, it wouldn't be fixable by an amateur. Had that been the case, a certain strengthening would have to be done, which no amateur can manage, but I should be able to fix this one by sight. This is the magecraft Kitsui taught me.
よし、始めるか。
Yeah, it's like, how would you be able to use this kind of magecraft in, like, a fight? You know? Would that mean that his, like for the Holy Grail War, because obviously he's gonna fight in it too. But would that just mean that he would be like a like surveillance god, or just like he would be able to plan out like an attack plan like pretty easily, like in the midst of battle? I don't know. Thanks, Kitsuji-san. Yeah. I took off the cover to begin my repairs. I already know where it's broken, so the rest of the work is easy.
これだけは得意なんだけどな、俺。
That's right. I, Shido Emiya, have absolutely no talent in magecraft. But for some reason, I have a knack for visualizing the structure of things or blueprints, like I did just now. My old man once saw me imagine and recreate a blueprint. He looked surprised and muttered, "What a useless talent." My special talent appears to be useless. According to my old man, the fact that I can visualize objects' structures isn't really helpful. A mage normally wouldn't need to survey an object's entire structure like I do. He claims the mage's struggle is to instantly seek out an object's center, or its core, and transform it as quickly as possible. That's why reading blueprints is a waste of time. Even that only helps seek out areas for magical energy to pass through. Magic is for losers. And so, fixing broken stuff is one of the only things I'm good at. That's so rude of him. Swing some metal, nerd. We don't like mages around here. After all, I don't have to open the entire thing up to find a problem. He's a mage, that's embarrassing. If I can find a problem quickly, I can fix most things as long as I have the know-how to repair it. Though, I only do that with things an amateur could reasonably be expected to fix.
よし、終わり。次に行くか。
Put away the conductors, pick up the screwdriver and wrench, and head out to the hallway.
伊勢、修理終わったぞ。
Is this when... Oh, hey! A female student is standing next to Issei in the hallway. So I do need to apologize, because when I first saw her, as I said, she looks weird. Because, for one thing, we've only seen her in her casual outfit until now. But the second thing too is that her jacket is just so baggy right here. Rin, yeah! I'm a little surprised. The girl talking to Issei is Rin Tosaka, his second year from Class A. She lives in a giant Western-style mansion up on a hill, and she's an extraordinary honor student. She's pretty, smart, athletic, no flaws at all. She's intelligent and polite, and she never brags about her looks. She's truly the ideal girl to guys, apparently. Which is why the male students treat her like an idol. Oh my god, the dream girl. But Tosaka is just too good, and she's become unattainable. The guys all say the only people who can talk to Tosaka are Issei and the teachers. Well, okay, I'm also a guy, and I'm including myself in the list of her admirers. But she looks so much better in this sprite with like her jacket. Tosaka is looking at us annoyed. I guess rumors are true that Issei and Tosaka don't get along.
と、悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
She's so cute, so honest. Let a girl be baggy? What if it's not flattering on her, right? You gotta be honest when it's not, right? Whoa. Issei's pretty gutsy, talking to me and completely ignoring Tosaka like that.
そんなこと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
そうか。なら試そう。
There's only about 30 minutes until homeroom starts. I'll need to hurry and fix it or I'll run out of time. I head to the audio-video room, but I realize completely ignoring Tosaka would be rude. I turn to face her, since she's been standing there the whole time.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
I blurt out the first thing that comes to mind and then follow Issei. The joke that Issei sees her as competition is so funny to me, because like, why is he so on edge? Girl is just minding her own business, yeah. Alright, so this is when I got curious.
すまんなエミヤ、また苦労をかけた。頼み事をした上に遅刻させては友人失格だ。
So this is when I got curious. And then so I just went back to Ren's prologue to see what she was thinking about Emiya during this conversation. And it's gonna take a while to like skip back to the present. Fate. Yeah. And surprisingly enough, just like this, like, fast-scrolling, like, slideshow was enough to remind me of, like, everything that was happening. You know? It made me remember who this was. And then it made me remember about who Mato was, too. And then so, yeah. It's like we're seeing Ren's life flash before her eyes. Oh yeah, that's true. She is kind of, like, in a tight spot right now. And then now we know why she was, like, rushing, Fujine. Should we start from here, actually? From when she talked with the student council president? Let's just go to when Shiro comes out.
一つ
ないわね。
当然だ。
みんなの予算がど。
分かっている。だからこそ俺。
伊勢、修理終わったぞ。
Oh, he comes out mid-conversation for them, huh? Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known.
と、悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
そんなこと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
Also, the translation here is like so different compared to Shiro's POV.
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
そうか。なら試そう。
Beckoned by the other student, the president leaves. I'd stopped thinking during the sudden turn of events. The other boy, wrench and screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
He awkwardly mutters and leaves. Was that supposed to be a greeting? The president and the student called Emiya walks off in the distance. That would be Shiro Emiya from Class 2C.
それはいいんだけどさ。
How do I put it? The wrench looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him lift tough or handy. And that was it. Alright. Now we can go back. Here.
別に気にするな。俺が遅刻する分には大したことじゃないだろ。
Well, that was weird. Pretty much.
遅刻するのは問題だけど。
もっともだ。いや、間に合ってよかった。
Issei exhales a sigh of relief and heads to his desk. It's exactly 8 o'clock. 5 minutes after the bell for homeroom rings, Fujine will enter the classroom. My breathing is labored since I ran from the audio-visual room. I take a deep breath before I take my seat.
朝から騒がしいね、エミヤ。部活を辞めてから何をしてるかと思えば、 竜道の太鼓持ち？僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君、なんていうか、節操ないからさ。
Alright, this right here is always like, what's your problem? But because I know things that I shouldn't yet, it's like, I hate you. Ah. Standing in front of my desk is Shinji Mato. He's been a friend of mine since middle school. His last name is Mato, and he's Sakura's older brother. He's 1 year older than her.
よ、弓道部は落ち着いてるか、シンジ。
Can't stand this guy's attitude. There's a lot of things that makes them like intolerable. So thank God Ren ripped him a new one when he was trying to flirt with her. Flirt, quote unquote.
当然だろ。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
そうか。三綴りも頑張ってるんだな。
はあ？何見当違いなこと言ってんの？弓道部が記録を伸ばしてるのは僕がいるからに決まってるじゃんか。エミはさ、とっくに部外者なんだから、知ったような口を叩くと恥をかくよ。
It's like, this guy is supposed to be a heartthrob to all of the girls inside the school? I hate it.
そうか。気をつけよう。もっとも弓道部に用はないから関わることはないけどな。
I put my bag on my desk and pull the chair back.
何それ？僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
Actual bad taste. Yeah, no kidding. Like, Issei may be weird, but he's definitely a way better candidate to be the ire of a lot of girls' affections compared to Mato.
けど、なんかあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、シンジは苦手だったろ？
そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。ま、そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
Issei is just not interested, and that's fine. Yep.
ああ、それがいい。雑用を残しているようなやつは首相失格だからな。あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。あの人、怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
Maybe he's just trying to spare, like, any woman from experiencing his bald head when he becomes the monk of the temple.
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから、道場に近づくなよ。
And just like that, Shinji heads off to his seat, all self-important bluster as ever. Huh. He does seem moodier than usual. Who do I?
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいて、よくもあんな口が聞ける。
Bald men can be hot. Look at the One Punch Man. True. He is like in actual peak physical condition too.
なんだ、伊勢、いたのか。
He wrote the definition of peak.
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
Look at Mr. Clean,
なんで
exactly.
気を利かすのさ。俺、一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
Clean not just for the countertops that he wipes down, but also for the clean cut that he has on his head.
タワー系。
That was kind of
心配
stupid.
ですエミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば、皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
そっか。うん。言われてみればそうだ。ありがとう、伊勢。そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。
Oh, you say. Shiro doesn't understand that you care. Yeah, he just kind of like has his own things to worry about. So he's just like, oh well.
うん。
Shiro.
わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに、マトウには寛大なんだな。
Shiro is a very good boy, but he's so dense. Yeah, no. A lot of things just like does not faze this man.
ああ。あれは真珠の味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
うん。そんなものか。
そんなものです。ほら、納得したら席に戻れよ。そろそろ藤村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
I'm not looking forward to this again. The bell to start homeroom rings. Normally, the homeroom teacher comes into the classroom 5 minutes before homeroom starts, but our teacher isn't what you call typical. Homeroom for Class 2C typically starts 1 minute after the starting bell. In other words... Homeroom starts with the sounds of Fujine's shouts and hurried footsteps. Look at her slide in. Gog. Fujine tumbles and I hear some kind of unnatural sound. Ah. Man. This part here is where I really wish I could have had like my first time like on stream. But yeah, I was nervous that like, cause I thought, did she hit her head on the corner of the podium? Contrary to the hectic sounds of a few seconds earlier, the classroom is now dead silent. The mood shifts sharply. It's no wonder Fujine is called a human roller coaster. But honestly, the way she felt didn't seem like a laughing matter. Fujine hit her head against the podium and she's still lying on the floor. No! Seeing her lying there, face down and unmoving, has everyone imagining the worst. A hit to the head wouldn't take her down. I was really worried though.
近づいた途端パクって食べられたら怖いもん。
ミミックじゃあるまいし、さすがに藤村でもそこまでやらねえだろ。
あんたね、そういうんなら自分で起こしてあげなさいよ。
俺パス、こういうの苦手。
私だって苦手よ。大体なんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね、男子。
The students in the front row start to get rowdy. Those of us sitting in the middle rows can't see what's going on, so we all stand up to get a look.
ちょっと先生動いてないぞ。気絶してんじゃないのか?
Someone brings up the obvious. But the problem is, how will we get Fujine to the infirmary? 4-man carry? We're all like comrade in arms after our time dealing with Fujine. Probably nobody's thrilled by the idea of taking a teacher to the infirmary.
藤村先生、大丈夫ですか?
A brave girl approaches. Fujine isn't moving. Class grows more concerned.
まずいって今の転び方。こう頭から直角に教壇に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。
いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。
やめろよな、そういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
I actually know what Koshin is, thanks to Yakuza 5.
藤村先生、藤村先生。ダメ。なんか反応ないよ。
Also, I'm much more relaxed about it now, but I was getting so annoyed by everybody's reactions to like her hitting her head against the podium. It is like, why isn't anybody helping her?
お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。やだよ俺。もし死んでたら殺されかねねえ。
They're scared of her. I can see that. Boy, she could be dead. Exactly.
でも誰も近づきたくないと。
仕方ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
あれだね。
Everyone's on the same page. Like, yeah, except Shinji and I. We keep quiet because the two of us dare not to be part of what was about to happen. Comes out a whisper, even with so many students speaking in unison. The word tiger is especially inaudible. And yet... Twitch. Fujine's previously motionless body reacts.
動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。よし続けろ。学校ロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone must be on edge, since midterm tests are approaching. It's a terrible idea on their part, but some students start to wave their arms and chant Fujine's nickname.
起きろタイガー、朝だぞ。
先生、起きないとタイガーです。
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガー。よし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。タイガータイガータイガータイガータイガータイガー。
Oh my god. Like a sudden bolt of lightning striking, Fujine stands valiantly, as if the fall hardly scratched her. Essence of the tiger.
みんな何してるの？ダメよ、ホームルーム中に席を立っちゃう。ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
Fujine, back to her normal self, stands at the podium. It appears she recalled nothing between the time she jumped into the classroom and the time she woke up.
おい、タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。ラッキー、朝からついてるな俺たち。いや、ついてるっていうのかな、こういうの。
The students shuffle back to their desk.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Fujine casually starts her room. She always goes on digressions between announcements, so it goes slowly.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤くん、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
はーい、以後注意します。
Goto sits back down. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful. Too easy. When Fujine says she gets mad, she gets mad. Doesn't matter if it's with a teacher or a student. And that's as close to a serious warning as she's ever going to give. But Goto doesn't realize it.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Fujine waves and leaves. So that was Taiga Fujimura, the teacher of Room 2C. Her nickname, Tiger. That might seem like a joke, but it isn't. She got the nickname because it sounds like her name, Taiga, but Fujine hates it. According to her, it doesn't sound feminine. But she got the nickname because of how she acts, so she kind of had it coming.
授業を始める。
You.
日直礼を。
The man that I call weird. As Fujine exits the room, the first period teacher enters. Because Fujine takes up almost all the homeroom time, mornings are always like this for our class. And so, another day of classes ends. There are many types of students. Some immerse themselves in club activities, some hurry home, and some hang out in the classroom after class for no particular reason. I don't really fit in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいかエミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。
Man, you called ugly to me. I don't think I said he was ugly.
いや、予定はあると言えばあるけど。
It's not as if I don't do anything at all. The biggest reason I quit the Kyudo club in the first place was that I wanted to prioritize my part-time job. It's been 5 years since I started part-time jobs to earn money for living expenses on my own after my old man died. And when you do so many different jobs, there are some requests you just can't say no to. Today is one of them. I was asked to help restock some product for a bar, since I wanted as many strong helping hands as they could get. though I'm sure I don't have to go. The bar is likely asking everyone as an excuse to gather some folks and hang out afterwards. There are two options. I should... Yeah. It's like... My rationale, right, is that, well, I need to do the part-time job because, like you said, he needs the money in order to pay for his living expenses. And it's like... Yeah, I think that was really the only thing. Because you can always help Issei later, but you kinda can't blow off a job. So we kinda have to, right? I feel bad for Issei, but I should probably prioritize my part-time job. I never promised I would go, but since I said I'd try, I should probably keep my word.
いや、悪い、一世。先約があるんで、今朝の続きはまたにしてくれないか。
先約？ああ、例のアルバイトか。そうか、それは困らせたな。こちらは今日明日で進退が決まるものでもない。俺の頼みなど気にせず、労働に励んでくれ。
Exactly.
すまん。
He'll
明日の朝
understand.
一で続きをするから、それでチャラにしてくれ。
ん？そこまで深刻な話でもないと言っただろう。急を要していたものは今朝で片付いた。残った修理品はエミヤの手が空いた時で構わんさ。
そっか。じゃあ、バイトの休みが取れたら続きをするってことでいいかな。
一切ない。その時はまた頼りにするぞ、エミヤ。
The pose. Issei bids me a stiff farewell and leaves the classroom.
さて。
I shouldn't dawdle. I may not have been given a specific time, but now that I've decided to go to my part-time job, I need to hurry over to the neighboring town.
But
that's like nearly $300, right? It's like an unexpected windfall, or a stroke of good luck. Copenhagen, where I work today, is like a bar and supermarket that sells liquor all in one. And it takes a lot of people to restock inventory for this place. It's a job that needs at least 5 people, but the more people you have after that makes everyone's lives easier. Yet the boss is always like... He mentioned it so casually to the part-time workers and seemed to think it was enough. But I'm the only one who showed up. The only people there for inventory were me, the boss, and Neko, his daughter. All hell broke loose. Neko was scolding the boss, yet I was the only fool who came, ready to be sacrificed. The two of them unenthusiastically applauded when I showed up, and then we all decided to organize the storage room as much as possible. And then, I'm gonna be really curious whenever we get around to watching the anime at the end. Like which choices they pick for the Stay Night anime adaptation, and then like how they condense a lot of this text, you know? We somehow finished the inventory in 2 hours. The boss remarks as he eats a brown cake and surveys the afternoon's work.
違います。力仕事には慣れてるし、ここのバイトも長いし、倉庫のどこに何があるかぐらいは把握してるからです。伊達にガキの頃からここで働かせてもらってません。
あ、そっか。あれ、シロ君ってもう5年だっけ？
そのぐらいですね。親父が亡くなってからすぐに雇ってくれたの、親父さんのとこだけだったし。
Since he was like a kid.
ありゃりゃ、まあ、僕も年を取るわけだ。
The boss stuffs his mouth with rum cake. Next to him, Neko is nursing a bottle of warm sake. The owner has a sweet tooth, while the daughter is the drinker of the family. They sure balance each other out well. And...
けど助かったわ。こんだけやってもらって、おだちんがケーキだけっていうのもあれだし。はい、
これ僕からの気持ち。
He waves 3 10,000 yen bills at me. It's more than I get for a week's worth of labor, not 3 hours.
どうも。
I hesitate, but I take whatever I can get. Just as I'm about to leave Copenhagen.
ちょい待ち。エミヤ、今日の話誰から聞いた？
Neko stops me while she's curled up in the front of a heater, resting. She sounds like a cat, too.
確か古見さんですけど。
学生に自分の仕事を押し付けるんじゃないってのよ、あのバカ。まあそれはいいとして。何？じゃあ今日の棚卸しまた聞きだったのに来たんだ。
まあ暇だったら手伝ってくれって感じで。
古見もバカだけど、エミヤンもおバカさ。
But I came to help, right?
まあいいけど。君さ、人の頼みを断ったことないでしょ。前に私と父が風邪で寝込んだ時も店番してくれたし。
別にそんなことはないですけど、俺無理な注文は受けませんもん。自分でできることでできる場合だけ引き受けますから。
あん時君も風邪ひいてたんだけどね。まあいいけど、私が何を言いたいかっていうとですね、エミヤンはいいやつでちょっとバカで、そのあたり私は心配なので、今度藤村にちょっとは顔出せやこらと伝えておいてほしいのです。
Fujimura. Neko makes circles with her fingers in the air as she drowns her sake. She seems to think I'm a dragonfly or something.
はあ。とにかく藤姉に伝言？
そう。じゃあね。あんまし頑張りすぎんなよ、少年。
いつの間にか橋越えてら。
I managed to walk back from the neighboring Shinto to Miyama without realizing. I walked through the still darkened town. It's about 7:30. There should still be people out and about at this hour, but there are no signs of anyone around.
そういえば確か。
There was a crime committed in Miyama the other day. A burglar murdered someone, I think. Must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
For the Holy Grail War. No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. It's probably not safe to let Sakura go home on her own anymore. Fujine might be fine, but Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home starting tonight. I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sense a presence on the uphill path I was sure was empty. Whoever it is, they're standing still and looking to be peering down at me. The girl from the opening. I unconsciously hold my breath. A girl with silvery hair smiles and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by,
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。
what she says makes no sense. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about the Holy Grail War, does he? I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujine are home. Other baby, literal baby this time. And which, from the opening, it looks like she has a berserker? Which, oh no. The moment I step into the living room, I smell the delicious aroma of dinner. Sakura and Fujine are both eating at the table. Tonight's meal is chicken stewed in cream sauce, and has put Fujine in an especially good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩。お先に失礼していますね。
Oh yes, yeah.
ただいま。遅くなってごめんな。 もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。ちゃんと間に合いましたから。ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように藤姉を見張っといてくれ。
はい、きちんと見張っています。
I go to my room. It's a sparse room compared to the storehouse, but it's still decorated enough, considering I don't have any particular hobbies. Though most of them are random things Fujine just left here. After I wash my hands and change, I head back to see my food on the table.
いただきます。
はい、お口に合えばいいんですけど。
Sakura is humble as ever. Sakura's cooking skills have vastly improved over the past year. My cooking is no match for her Western foods. My Japanese dishes might be a little bit better. Neither of us is any good at making Chinese dishes. I'm glad to know she's improving, but it's also a little depressing when her pupil surpasses her master. It really is delicious. The longer you cook chicken, the tougher the meat gets. It is why you need to take the extra step of grilling the chicken to a crisp, distilling its juices and flavor. This requires exceptional skill, and is something the clumsy Fujine would never be able to manage.
どうでしょうか、先輩。今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
Poor Shiro.
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
Fujine, who's been concentrating on her meal until now, pipes up.
ダメよ、シロ。学生がこんな夜更けに帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
Ah. She looked to be in good spirits thanks to Sakura's meal, but the moment she sees my face, her mood turned sour.
もう、また誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。
Did you know there's a wholesome, what if everyone got along, Fate anime? Where someone cooks something each episode? Really? Huh. When I first read that, I thought you were just talking about Food Wars, but... Huh. There is just like a cooking spin-off of this series? Interesting.
あれ、シロに対して言ったんだからね。
あのさ、わざわざホームルームで言わなくても、うちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。
Yes.
学校でガツン
Ooh,
と言っ
interesting.
た方がシロには効果的なんだもん。
先生、それは職権乱用というか公私混同だと思います。
それぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ、バカチンとは。いいじゃないか。誰かの手伝いをして、それでその人が助かるんなら損なんかしてないぞ。
はあ、キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
Seeing Fujine eating so heartedly makes me wonder what exactly she's worried about.
藤村先生、今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか？
昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Precocious. Fujine grins menacingly.
藤ね、余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな。
I glare at the two. Fujine clicks her tongue in disapproval, but...
藤村先生、お話 話を続けてください。
Sakura presses on like an attentive student. She wants to hear the deets.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。
I think I'll
弱
have my
気を
bounty
助け
chips
強気を
for
く
this
じくっ
stream.
てやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
He stands no chance, not at all. Quit bringing up the past, Fujine. Can't really jump in though, because it's true. Besides, becoming a hero of justice is still my goal.
わあ、すごい言葉だったんですね、先輩。
すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、桐次さんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それがどうしてこんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。悔しかったらちゃんと自分で飯作ってみろ。
Fujine is shocked. I thought she would just lower her head and repent, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
she holds out her rice bowl, asking for a third helping of dinner. Okay, I think this is like a big reading section right here, so let me take a moment to like have a few more chips and drink some water before we continue. Okay, that should be a good enough pick me up. We relax after dinner. It's almost 9 o'clock.
さて、何をしたもんか。
No, actually, the big reading is after this. What happened? He died? Wait, is the stream still up? There's still some time before my evening training. I guess I'll... So this was interesting to me because I noticed that there are 4 outcomes that can happen here, but there's only 3 choices right now. So it's making me think that maybe for the true route, it's gonna unlock eventually, but it's not here right now. Or maybe there's a certain combination of choices I need to make the previous days before, you know? So it makes me wonder. But yeah. But after like the talk of it being like dangerous at night, I just chose to walk Sakura home because I wanted to keep her safe. Kudetsugi died, yeah. Oh, I came back and you were doing something, that's it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I just took a small break to eat some snacks and drink some water before we continued. Oh, you need to complete 2 routes before a true route. Interesting. Just any 2 routes, or are there only 2 routes before the true route? I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should talk to Sakura. I don't know if most visual novels are like this, but I know otoges are. The ones I usually played, yeah, you would need to complete all of the routes in order to be able to access the true routes. That's my biggest visual novel pet peeve. They gotta get you invested, you know?
そうだな。
So it happens a lot. Yep,
夜も遅いし、
it does.
家まで送って行ってやらないと。
Some of my favorite visual novels have stories centered around the meta concept, you know, of there being branching timelines. So like stuff like Steins Gate for the most obvious example, of there being branching paths that you kind of have like to like see in order to progress onto the true route, you know. But then there's also like some other visual novels too. I guess it kind of makes sense in the Somnium Files, and also true there too. But I can see how it gets like kind of annoying, whereas like you feels like, oh, so I have to go do some busy work because I can't see the route that I wanted to pick first, you know? Yeah, it has to do with understanding the lore. Is the same in Digimon Survive too? Oh, really interesting. Or just information in general. Yeah, it's neat, but I'm so impatient. Yeah! Sakura just finished cleaning up, and she's in a living room getting ready to go home.
あれ先輩お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか？
いや、風呂は後回し。桜を送ってから入る。
お風呂にする？
送るって私をですか？
なあ、最近物騒だから家まで送る。桜んち結構遠いだろ？わざわざ来てもらってるんだから、それぐらいはさせてくれ。
Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、先輩は休んでいてください。家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
いや、それはそうだろうけど、最近物騒だろ？しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
でも、兄さんに見つかると、
Oh,
先輩
right.
にまで迷惑がかかります。
Her brother. I forgot. Sakura's older brother Shinji doesn't really like Sakura coming over to my place. He can't say much because Sakura says she goes to Fujine's house, but me taking her home might cause problems. I don't care if Shinji accuses me of something I didn't actually do, but I don't want him taking it out on Sakura.
けど途中までならいいだろう。交差点あたりまでならシンジと会うこともないし。
Sakura is uncomfortably silent. Knowing Sakura, she probably couldn't even lie about the fact that I walked her home. Oh, wait, does this have something to do with like that guy when she met on that one night? I think it was February 1st. When Rin saw her talking to like a foreigner. Oh yeah, right, because I think that guy was probably questioning her now that we know that she comes over to Emiya's house all the time. About if she knows if he was a wizard, or if he was a mage, sorry. And trying to see if he could like take him out early on, you know? No, she said he was lost, remember? She could have been lying though, you know? But we'll have to see. Hate that seaweed guy, yeah, me too.
それじゃあ
I take back my comparison that I made to him looking like a VTuber, because they do not deserve that.
私が送っていこっか？
An English teacher wearing tiger stripes suddenly pokes her head through the door.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜出歩くから危ないっていうのに、さらに女の子を増やして。
Alright, but she's a full adult. And then she knows how to practice kendo, so I think she'll be okay. Hiding a boy, ooh, Sakura-chan. They grew up so fast. Wait a minute. Calling Fujine a girl may be a bit of a misnomer. There is a reason Fujine is the teacher in charge of the Kyudo Club. She was trained by old man Fujimura in kendo, and her 5th rank designation makes her deadly, literally and figuratively.
フジネなら大丈夫か。痴漢が出ても撃退できるだろうし。
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
はい、藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
This one doesn't have any quotes around it. Huh.
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
She's so cool, I trust her in my life. She probably accidentally killed me for a playful punch, but it's okay. Yeah. It's like... Nah, I won't say that. Like, I was thinking about a story that Babs was telling recently in one of her streams earlier this month. Fujine takes Sakura's hand and starts to leave.
ちょっと待った、さくら。
何ですか、先輩。
晩飯うまかったよ。いつもありがとな。はい、
ご迷惑でなかったら次も頑張りますね、先輩。
Sakura beams and leaves the living room. Sakura gives me such cuteness aggression. Oh no. As long as you don't, like, express it on her, you know? I can tell my cheeks are burning red. Honestly, Sakura takes me by surprise a lot lately. It's perplexing. Time sure flies. Not so long ago, she was just my friend's little sister. Now, I find sometimes I can't quite look away from her. Ooh. I'm so pathetic. I always thought of Sakura as being like family, but can't seem to readily accept this change. She could still be family, just in a different way, you know? But that's up to you. Alright, here we are. Oh, time to read. And that is how my day ends. Wife her up, Emiya. Yeah, do it! Just before midnight, Shiro Emiya must perform the daily routine of utilizing Magecraft. It wouldn't be any different from how you guys are already living together. I cross my legs, take my position, and regulate my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and turn my focus inward. I mutter the familiar incantation, as if putting myself in a spell. No, this is a kind of hypnosis. With no magic rest and no magical knowledge, the incantation I mutter is really just a way to focus myself and change my body. Typically, humans do not have any lines which allow magical energy to pass through their body. To temporarily change my body to create a pseudo version of the lines, I need enough concentration to unify my entire physical and nervous systems. Magecraft is a battle with yourself. Okay, this is like a huge tangent, but this just reminded me. I'm starting over in Skyrim, and I'm like flushing out all of my old mods while also keeping some of the ones that I noticed are like, oh, that would be pretty good to like keep. But if there are like any recommendations, just like let me know about what I should have in Skyrim. But yeah. For example, I insert a burning steel rod into my backbone. The steel rod itself is the one and only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. By passing this deep within my body and connecting it to my other nerves, I can finally be a mage. Ouch, yeah. This is not a metaphor. And if you look closely, a series of metal rods, which cannot normally be seen or touched, pierce my backbone. Kiritsugi Emiya was a mage. He was a true mage who disciplined himself in a wide variety of mystics, plumbed the deeper secrets of the world and its workings, and even performed miracles. Yeah, he means that, yeah, no, it's like, ugh, my back is tingling just imagining it too. Though that could also be just a fan. And as a young child, I admired Kiritsugi, and begged him to teach me magecraft. It's his type of magic that he's working with, and unfortunately, it involves actual items, yeah. But you can't just become a mage. You have to be born with talent, and inherit a tremendous amount of knowledge. I obviously never had that inborn talent, and Kiritsugi never imparted any knowledge about magecraft to me. I was told it wasn't necessary for me. Something like that. You have the natural talent. I still don't understand what he meant by that. But it didn't matter to me as a child. I always thought learning magecraft would bring me that much closer to being like Kiritsugi. I was blessed neither with talent, that is, an abundance of magic circuits within me, nor was generations of magecraft knowledge handed down to me. The magecraft Kiritsugi possessed, the magic crest passed down from the Emiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relative. A magic crest, which is proof one's a mage, rejects any not blood related. As an adopted son, I could not receive the Emiya family's crest, man. Then again, since I honestly don't have any idea what the hell a magic crest even is, it doesn't matter that much whether I have one or not. It's just a matter of gaining the ability. If I want to be a mage, I just have to learn magecraft that suits the traits that I do have. Magecraft is, taken to an extreme, a skill supposedly meant to release magical energy. You could say that magical energy is a life force. Magical energy is separated into two sources: mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and ode, which is created within living creatures. Obviously mana, which comes from the world itself, is superior to ode. The sheer power of the world's mana is simply not even comparable to the ode one human can create. No matter the form it takes, magecraft utilizing mana will always surpass anything created from an individual's ode. So a powerful mage is one who excels at drawing magical energy from the world. It's a lot like a filtration system. A mage will use their own body's circuits to draw in mana from outside and convert it into something usable. Mages call the circuits they use to accomplish this magic circuits. This is the inborn talent part. The number of magic circuits one has is determined at the moment of birth. Typically, humans have hardly any magic circuits. They're normally quite rare. That's why mages will spend generations trying to ensure their descendants have a body more suitable for magic. Some families even go as far as to practice selective breeding in order to increase the number of magic circuits in their children. And since I was raised in a normal family, I never had a chance of having much in the way of magic circuits. That left me only one option. According to Kiritsugi, everyone is well suited to one specific form of magecraft. He also said something about drawing out magical energy based on the person's origin, but I never quite understood that part. Oh yeah, did we already know what, like, Rin's, like, specialization was for her magecraft? Or what she's, like, well suited to? Because I am going to be playing this visual novel, like, weeks apart, or, like, a week apart from each other, so it's going to be hard to keep track of all the tiny details. What I do understand is that even someone like me can use at least one form of magecraft. If I can do that, then maybe I could be like Kiritsugi. And that's why I've only learned this one magecraft. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugi took me on as his disciple, though he never seemed happy about it. I don't remember, but maybe the gems are a sign? Interesting. So like, storing, large amounts of mana to use for later, huh?
理解しろ。魔術を習うということは、常識からかけ離れるということだ。
Gotcha.
死ぬときは死に、殺すときは殺す。僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。魔術とは自らを滅ぼす道に他ならない。
I guess I knew no fear. Wait, I guess I knew no fear as a child. Kiritsugi smiled bitterly, placing a hand on top of my head as I nodded enthusiastically.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあ、それは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて、他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすれば、シローは魔術使いではあるけど、 魔術師ではなくなるからね。
So then, what does it take to be called a mage in the first place? The fact that you have a magic crest? Is that what makes you a mage and not a user of magecraft? I guess Kiritsugi didn't want me to be a mage. But I didn't care about that. I admired Kiritsugi, not mages. As long as I can be the sort of person who lives to help others, like Kiritsugi on the day of Fire Nightmare. I got distracted. I feel the uncomfortable sensation of the iron rod in my backbone moving where it shouldn't. Ugh! Losing control of my breathing now would be fatal. The pseudo-magic circuits would overwhelm my body and shred it to pieces. And that would be the end of me. Shido Emiya would simply be a novice who died because he failed at an elementary step. I grit my teeth and try to recover my connection. After pain like walking through a storm of needles, the iron rod finally sinks deep within my body and fuses with me. I've been working on this for a little over an hour, and after all that time, I'm finally able to create one pseudo-circuit. A circuit capable of creating magical energy using my own self. God. Just imagine, sorry, I almost died. The metal in me was acting up. Why is he dead? Oh, this man was stupid. Ah, gotcha. All that's left is to allow the magical energy to flow naturally. Shido Emiya is no mage. He is just a user of magecraft. He can only create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. And that's why I can only do one thing with this magecraft. Which is... So when Rin used her gem to revive Emiya, did that like give him magic circuits inside his body too? Rhetorical question, but now I'm thinking. Enhancing objects. It's just strengthening magecraft, where I apprehend an object structure and channel magical energy temporarily reinforce its abilities. I could be completely wrong, even with that I gotta remember that. I hold a broken iron pipe. I pass magical energy through it to execute the most basic magecraft, to enhance its durability. Passing magical energy into something other than yourself is like mixing poison. My blood is a far cry from the blood of an iron pipe. Forcing an entirely different sort of blood through an object may well destroy it rather than enhance it. To prevent that from happening, I need to properly understand an object's structure and pass magical energy into it between the small vacant spaces. That's what his visualization will be good for, right? This may be easy for a skilled mage, but since I have a hard time generating magical energy in the first place, even a task like this is as difficult as shooting an arrow and hitting a target several hundred meters from you. A typical archery target is 28 meters away, so it goes without saying how hard it would be to hit a target at 10 times that distance. My body temperature suddenly plummets. The fiery pillar passing through my backbone disappears, and my lungs seize in desperate need of oxygen. My back arches in an effort to keep me from passing out. The iron pipe is unchanged. The magical energy I passed into it appears to have dispersed. What I'm attempting to do is like adding an extra brushwork to a completed work of art. Adding something extra to a completed object raises the risk of compromising the object's integrity. the paintbrush, hoping to improve, may actually devalue the work instead. Which is why, despite its simplicity, strengthening magecraft is so difficult, and not many mages willingly use it. And not many wages willingly use it. It's not that I chose this, but it's really all I can do. It would be much easier if I could make something from shapeless clay, but a substitute that just recreates its form is all show and no substance. Which explains all the junk around. Whenever I fell at strengthening magecraft, I tried to make substitute objects to practice and calm down on, but they all end up empty. Bro is going through it, yeah. I can visualize the structure of an object easily, and I can recreate something very similar, but it's hollow, and obviously doesn't function at all. Which, it starts to sound a little bit similar to Nen to me in that regard, and how it's kind of impractical to conjure something like just out of like thin air, when you could just like use that same energy to strengthen an already existing object in the first place. Especially since it's not even possible to make something like a sword that can cut anything, you know, without heavy restrictions on yourself and the way that you use your Nen from Hunter x Hunter, I should say. But yeah. I wiped the sweat off my brow. I realize I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. If this is as bad as it got, I should consider myself lucky. What happened earlier was really bad. Had I taken even a second longer to recover, my internal organs would probably be mush about now. Like a Saiyan? But nothing comes that easily. At the same time, fear of death will stand in the way of improving my magecraft. Learning magecraft means courting death at every turn. Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake, ending the caster's life. Kiritsugi always looked sad whenever he brought that up. Maybe it was his way of saying he didn't want me getting into any of this. I don't know if you've noticed, but our boy is not okay if he doesn't care about possibly dying for the bath. He wants to walk in the footsteps of his dad, right? And then he was already like somebody who's cheated death once before from the flashbacks. So he definitely has like a twisted like sense of life in that regard. And it's always kind of been there like in the back of my mind, but I haven't really thought about it until you mentioned it. Yeah. Kiritsugi always said that whenever I mentioned wanting to be like him. I still don't know what he meant by that. All I'm certain of is that I want to save people, to be a hero of justice, like Kiritsugi Emiya. It's not enough for me to just grasp at the object structure visually. A skilled mage will be able to focus only on the crucial areas and efficiently channel magical energy. My dream is to become a hero of justice. I remember what Fujine mentioned at dinner. I never really thought of that goal as embarrassing or impossible. That Shiro Emiya will succeed Kiritsugi Emiya has already been decided. That's why I've been doing everything I can despite how sorely I lack in experience. I don't know exactly what it means to be a hero of justice. Because I don't know, I've trained myself to the best of my abilities in hopes I'll be useful to somebody. Was Emiya's home, the site of one of the Holy Grail Wars? No, because that was here in Fuyuki, I think the town is called. Because now I'm thinking now that the Unlimited Blade Works chant at the start was like moments before the area got destroyed, leaving only Emiya alive. But then that doesn't really line up with where the actual Holy Grail War took place, you know? Unless multiple can happen, then no, it can't. Because it only happens between 7 mages every couple years. Or centuries, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't taken my eye off the goal these past 5 years. But whenever things go wrong like this, I start to have doubts.
点でわからないよ、親父。一体さ、何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ？
I look up at the sky through a window. It's not just about being good for someone out of the blue. Saving someone and being a hero of justice are 2 different things. I know that, but what do I have to do to differentiate them? I've yet to understand that crucial concept for the past 5 years. Save the game? Yes. Next day! Wow. February 1st. 1 day. I awake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something bad happens, I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as, well, me, as Shido Emiya. So in other words, she was always meant to have a saber, huh? I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from a society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there's a society of mages called a Mages Association. He also told me I shouldn't ever get involved with them. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure that magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsuki, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even so, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens. The association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes while the world is none the wiser. Some mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town, I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with a storied history living there. They're called second owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these second owners first to get permission to build their workshops. Which I'm thinking is the priest from Ryudo Temple, right? My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association, and moved here without the consent of Ryuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in the house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugi Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family's status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling the association would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently, the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. Sounds pretty good, understandably. Man, I'm getting so hungry. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's just now coming up. It's still dark out. I get up, try not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser. No matter how late I go to bed, I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it would look kind of bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday, the soup had daikon radish and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. Man. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with monito flakes. Mama? I make incisions into the soury fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Lunchtime. Yay! At least you'll be able to eat. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. Do you plan to add the glasses to your profile picture? Not gonna lie, I like the glasses on your model so much. I like them too, but these are just accessories to my models, so I'm not gonna make them like a part of like all my profile pictures or anything like that. So yeah, because I'm not planning to wear them all the time. You're almost to the part from yesterday, I think. I am, but it's taking me a little bit longer to get there compared to yesterday. Oh, I meant for you. I've had snacks. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost lunchtime, but I think I can hang in there because I left myself enough time between when I want to end today's stream and the next stream later tonight to get a meal, you know, and rest. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. So what should I do with this extra time? Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. The hushed atmosphere of an empty dojo encourages one to focus. And in the morning, just as the sun rises, its serenity makes the mood even more sacred, enthralling whoever visits the site. Blah. Wait, so what? Whoever visits the site. I mixed up shrine and site together, and it just made something like whoops that I didn't mean to say. There's only one thing I do here. Ever since my old man died, the dojo has turned into just a gym to train my body. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions of being a mage is maintaining yourself at your physical peak. When Kiritsugi was still alive, he and I sparred often. But more than that, he just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to win myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent, and how to conduct myself in each situation. Knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you've gotten yourself into a fight or a massacre. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means that there is a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And to mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kiritsugi wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminding me of that lesson is long gone. So the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises.
じゃあま、本格的にやっておくか。
Shinji is even more infuriating when you think about it, because he's not scared of being a jerk to a dude that's probably ripped for their age. Oh yeah, no, 100%. And like, he probably doesn't even know, you know, about how absolutely ripped Emiya is, because like, he wouldn't be paying him that much attention, I think. But it would be like very, it always bothers me, like especially in the Yakuza, especially when you have like this super chiseled man who's like built like a brick wall, and people just like bump into him and decide they want to pick a fight with him, you know? And so like, man, after I stretch to warm up, I focus on my inner strength and begin my exercises. The ego, yeah. The ego and the and the mastery. As I train my body, I assess how my magic circuits affect my blood flow, my skeletal frame's creaking, the fatigue I feel, and how much that all distracts my thoughts.
120、150、170。
Even simple push-ups can train my magic circuits as long as I focus on my mental state, rather than putting physical weights on my body. With no proper mentor teaching me magecraft, morning training is no different than what most sports clubs do. They have become very important for me. Maybe Shinji is also kind of like a little ripped too, so maybe that's why. Because he is in the archery club, and that is a lot of like workout on your back muscles for sure.
おはようございます。
さくら。
今朝はもう済んでしまいましたか？
ねえ、朝食の支度なら済んでる。あとは食器の支度と魚に火を通すだけ。
あ、それならお手伝いします。食器の支度は任せてください。
I really love this like expression that she makes here. She's just like so so like, I don't know what the word for it is, but like she's so like self-assured almost, or something like that. Sakura is clearly eager in her reply, and coming in behind the ever-dependable Sakura.
この匂いはシローの卵焼きね。そっか、今朝はシローの朝ごはんなんだ。
She's so cute. Fujine casually heads to the table.
まあ、あれは放っておいて。
I need to grill the prepared fish.
さくら、皿は真ん中のやつ使ってくれ。その方がうまく見えるから。
この表面がブツブツのですか？
そう、それ。焼き物は皿にも気を配らないと手抜かりになるからな。で、大根はもう吸ってあるから。
Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand.
さくら、ちょっと待った。
はい、何 ですか、先輩。
その手首のあざ、なんだ？
She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Her reaction makes how she got the bruise clear.
またシンジか。あいつ、妹に手をあげるなんて何考えてやがる。
Yeah, so it's okay to kill this man, right? Like, once we get Saber, we can just immediately order her to kill him. Like, can we do that?
違います、先輩。その、
K-word,
これは
yeah!
転んでぶつけちゃったんです。ほら、私鈍いでしょ。だからよく転んで、怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
バカ、転んだぐらいでそんなあざがつくか。信じたやつ、どうやらまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
ダメです、先輩。これ、本当に兄さんは関係ないんです。私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. It's no use saying anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
It's a good thing that Fujimura sensei is not here, because I think if she was a part of this conversation, she, as a teacher, has to like act on potential abuse happening between family, right? You know? Maybe it'd be different in Japan, actually, so I don't know about that.
はい。ごめんなさい、先輩。
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろ
The moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. Could only mean he's the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Mato has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like crap. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then, I'd see Sakura injured, and she always made excuses when I asked what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he'd been the one who hit Sakura. I asked why, and he told me it was because she'd done something he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We haven't been on great terms since then.
先輩、兄さんとは仲直りしてくれましたか？
う。したよ。別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから仲直りも何もないけどな。
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
What Sakura said strikes me as odd.
気をつけろってシンジを？
Gross, yeah.
はい、兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かにシンジの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
I point at my left shoulder. There's a little scar there. It happened about a year and a half ago. Something fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I also came away with a burn to my shoulder. After the incident, I quit the Kudo club. Our school's Kudo club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this exposed their left shoulder. Shinji pointed out that it may be disrespectful for someone performing a sacred shot to expose a scar, and since I was getting busy with my various jobs, I decided to quit the club.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
He could have just sat out. He didn't need to quit. Yeah, true. But at the same time, I let him also get more part-time jobs to pay for his house and the food and stuff like that. So it's not like he didn't gain anything either by quitting.
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ、さくら。
先輩、
She does not like that response.
真面目な話をしているんです。
I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately I can't give Sakura the answer she's looking for.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど、優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。まあ、さくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その時はよろしくな、さくら。
I pat Sakura's shoulder.
はい、私その時をお待ちしています。
Alright, don't break your promise now. Don't break your promise to her. Especially not to Sakura. She nods so violently it looks like she might drop the plates. Alright, they're still waiting to eat breakfast. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Issei asked me to, but I'll leave the house at the usual time today. Oh, I noticed something strange as I walked down the hill towards the intersection. Several police cars are parked in front of a house. Something must have happened since a crowd has gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. I'm curious, but the mass of people prevents me from finding out what's happening. I don't have much time, so I should hurry to school. I make it to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time as usual, I run into a familiar student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三辻。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろう。
いや、ごもっとも。
She.
相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
It's been a while since we saw her. I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartedly, not caring about her surroundings. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's been a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of the Kyudo Club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it was expected that she would be the team's ex-captain since her first year with them. Mitsuzuri is a precocious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her, and even leaned on her ever since she was a first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever someone mentions that in front of her, claiming she doesn't look as old as people think.
ああ、今あんたよからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもし。
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くするのは三辻の勝手だが。
お、言うじゃん。
White text! White text!
何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。
And this is when Mari sends a message, hope he's okay. And that made me think, like, what was that about? And then, like, I checked OBS, was like, why does that say go live? I look away and come back, and you're always in the damn kitchen. Hey! I man's gotta eat, you know? Hope he's okay. We're caught up! We're caught up now. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, there's gonna be a choice soon right here. Interesting. Also, I don't know what happened here, but I think, trying to, like, be nice to Sakura made things worse with her, apparently? Because it seems like that's why I got this, this dream about the sword, instead of whatever else happens here. Oh, and then, yeah. And then it splits off right here again, too. Oh, we're really, like, going on to, like, different paths now. I was behind, yeah. I get the feeling you might have like paused the stream on like instinct, and that might be why. Alright, let's continue.
エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
And it's like 2.5 hours exactly too. Yeah! It's actually just a little bit longer, but like 15-20 minutes that it took to get here. But I think that's because I chatted a little bit in the beginning. Oh no, because my headphones died, so the video paused automatically. Oh, okay.
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
Alright, I was having fun going through it again, but I'm about to have a lot more fun now. Like, seeing this for the first time again.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の首相なの。うちの問題児と辞めちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思うな。
I don't want to be friends with him. What?
まあ確かに自然だ。弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
Oh no. What did things go
カチン
wrong?
ときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
But didn't Shinji goad me into leaving? What?
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
Why am I getting heat for this?
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど、まあそれにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。
Yesterday.
1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Oh. Mitsuzuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is rare to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんで？
Shiro was like, "Okay, bye."
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
He's a psychopath.
はあ？お前そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか？
Sociopath, even.
見過ごすか。けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないって。
How can you hate this
エミヤだっ
guy?
て知ってる
Yeah.
でしょ。
それはそうだが。にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろう。
He's obviously the type of guy that can handle rejection well, like as we can clearly see, you know?
呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
あれってなんだ？今お前よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか？
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
Unless he changed after he fought with Shiro. How embarrassing. Yeah, but that would be like such a drastic change though, because I think even with, I guess, us like walking out on his life, would it really make him this much of a horrible person? These are teenagers.
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いいよ、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
Yeah.
遠坂ってあの遠坂か？
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。2年 A 組の優等生ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛よ。
いや、そんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど。
But it fits. It's no surprise Shinji got rejected. Rin! And knowing Tosaka, she probably had some pretty harsh insults to go with the rejection. Yep.
ともかくシンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三つ釣り 大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけどうちの道場をよく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
And after learning that information, Shiro is just like, I need to rejoin the club. That's news to me. Min Tosaka doesn't participate in any club activities because her family forbids it or something. She even turned down nominations to be a member of the student council. I always thought she went straight home after school.
たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
This will build character. Like, it's a good thing that Rin did this to him. Mishizuri has a weird way of looking at this. Now that I think about it, they say that Rin Tosaka has lots of enemies. I wonder if Mitsuzuri is one of them too.
おい、三つ釣り。いくらなんでもそれは。
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mitsuzuri hastily runs off.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
I never minded just how forthright she always is. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school has quite the cafeteria, and most of the students eat lunch here. But there are some old-fashioned students who still bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ、一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろう。
For that first one, that's just called law.
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよ、などという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
Need a luxury to them? Okay.
あのじいさんなら確かに。
Be free, Issei. Be the clown that you're always meant to be. Issei's father is the priest at Ryudo Temple, a larger-than-life figure who's also friends with Fujine's grandfather. Anyone who gets along with old man Fujimura can't possibly be normal.
それはそれは。
Probably the Yakuza guy.
じゃあ、いつか恩返しを期待して一つ。
I pass my bento box to him.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Issei bows deeply. I honestly question whether I should be reminded that he's the son of a priest at times like this.
あ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
交差点？
Could it be the same intersection where I saw all the police cars this morning?
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Leather? A long weapon? Does he mean a sword or something? If it's a murder, then that weapon killed the parents and the oldest sister. Yeah, thank you. Where? But potentially. Wait, hold on. Sit that down. Sit back down. Potentially, maybe him. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks in the house late at night. Unreasonable violence. A horrible nightmare the victim neither imagined nor wished for. Like a traffic accident. What? The parents are slaughtered. The older sister falls victim without knowing what is happening. The lone child, hidden in the shadows, is covered in their family's blood.
一世、それ、犯人は捕まったのか？
What if that little girl is the master? And then the first thing that she did when she summoned Lancer, who I think it is, was to kill her family. I don't know why, but if they're a family of mages, it makes sense that maybe they might have mistreated her, you know, because she's like the youngest child and not like going to be the heir at the family, you know? Was it that little girl? What? Oh, or actually, it's probably Berserker, not Lancer, if that is the little girl from earlier. But, interesting. Okay.
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
別に。何もないけど、なんだよ、いきなり。
I just dreamt about a sword last night too.
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this, and didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then, there's a gentle knock on the student council room's door. Oh, hi.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
Ugly man. He just has pronounced features. Mr. Kuzuki enters, and Issei steps over to him to have a quiet conversation. It must be a casual student council matter since Issei looks relaxed. It's something I don't see every day. Look at that. I don't think that's quite what that translates to. Issei is surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he's warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kuzuki.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Is that how you actually spell straight-laced? I don't even dislike him. Sorry, Kuzuki. Yeah. The unfortunate nickname that he has from this. He looked normal, yeah. Soichiro Kuzuki is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious, kind of weird. Some part of that is probably why he and Issei get on so well. The two continue to talk. Straight is correct? Wow. Straight-laced. Please don't be gaslighting me. As I watch them, I can't stop thinking about the murder. I'm not okay. Interesting, I learned something today. Same with, definitively. Classes end and it's time to go home. I'm too delirious to do that right now? Ah, gotcha. Alright, I'll keep that in mind today. Keep resting. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... They discovered the runes on February 2nd, right? Okay, so they haven't appeared yet at the school. Maybe the morning's conversation bothered me more than I realized. Next thing I know, I'm at the Kudo Club. Time to go home, huh? Maybe not quite.
何やってんだ俺。
Mitsuzuri said Rin Tosaka frequently visits. Well, that... I hadn't thought of that. But I think it'd be a problem if Shinji got violent against Tosaka.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't know exactly how, but it'd just be bad. I hope the game ends with this really was the fate that stays at night. Unlimited Blade Works. Heavenly, Heaven's Word, or I forgot what the other one's called. But yeah,
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Yeah, she's touring her boyfriend around the city right now. Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Oh wait, she didn't even come to school this day. Right. Mizuzuri worried for nothing.
へえ、誰がいないって？
You say?
だから誰がいないって？
Issei, who I thought I parted ways with, is standing right next to me.
お前か、一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で、誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日、シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで、一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
ほうほう、挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
なんだよ、別にいいだろ。
Yeah, they're really good friends.
うん、それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここにはいない。なぜならあいつは今日ずる休みだ。
何
Cut class, so she's absent?
そうか、欠席か。待て、伊勢。なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろ
う。するとも、あいつが風邪などひくものか。俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ。外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
Or she'll swallow you whole? What? This guy looks a lot like a Persona 1 character. I like him now. Really? Interesting. Somehow what Issei's saying irritates me. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think she's a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ、一世。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
う。ん？なんだ、エミヤも遠坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。
Shiro, I can take her. A secret crush? Like hell.
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただ、シンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから。
シンジが遠坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが、割と趣味が悪いのだな、エミヤは。
You have bad taste. Sorry.
してないから損じゃない。けど、伊勢、お前、今変なこと言わなかった？
ん？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
そう。遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺も、あいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
We're actually gonna ask him why he hates her? Or why he butts heads with her? Interesting.
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
気に食わないって、どの辺がだよ。
Is he one of those people who's like, there's no such thing as a perfect person. I haven't heard anything bad about her, so she has to be hiding something. I hope that's not what it is.
だから全部だよ。あれはメギツネだ。妖精だ。妖怪だ。とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
I instinctually dislike her. Yes, there is. I'm here. You're sick right now. You gotta put in the work to become the perfect human being. I'm perfectly sick. No wonder I sense people watching us. Anyway, I wasn't really paying attention to that. Well, that's a relief. I'm really glad Tosaka's absent today.
頼む、伊勢。悪いが、早速陰口にしてくれ。
うん。エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。 単に竜道一世が遠坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだ。あくまで個人の趣味嗜好の範囲だろう。
Yeah, but you only just instinctually dislike her. So like you don't really have a concrete reason why you don't like her either. So like why?
その割には妖怪だとかメギツネだとか言ってたけど。
He said yokai? He called her a demon? A ghost? I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term. What about the other one?
何？褒め言葉だ。メギツネにも妖怪にもいいものはいる。あくまで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
I thought minx was a good thing. I don't even know anymore, man. It's like words get thrown around so much nowadays. It's like, does anybody even know what they mean anymore? Issei laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
Issei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he felt satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. I've known him for 2 years now, but honestly I still don't get that guy. Issei is a hater, so he means it as an insult. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. Ah, to keep his body in shape? I get paid all while training my body, yep, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may just be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Ew. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. This park is nestled between buildings. It's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. I knew this was Emiya! A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays. This one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the day or time.
相変わらずだな、ここは。
I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, but it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location has set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is a remnant of a great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death. Oh, that was 10 years ago! So that did happen! I was right about that, wow.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass the time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot, and I couldn't breathe. And that some people died trying to save others.
どうしてそうなのかな。
One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all of the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved, and for them to get their happy ending afterward? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
Our boy has survivor's guilt, yeah. That was Kiritsugi's response to the question when a very young me asked that. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugi. I knew you were a magician, and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice, who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I've always believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Hidetsugi looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
シロ、誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けた者だけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
Yeah, I get that. Now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine that there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar attempts to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, a majority of the hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle all the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people the Champion of Justice saves are only those whom the Champion of Justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. Sorry about that. Just turning off my fan and turning on my heater. There you go. With the same remote. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die, like back then. If the people I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the if the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire. Hey, at least you realize that. That would have happened for sure. Jeez. I can't even fantasize in my head.
しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work. That might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about, and an endless stream of cars on the road.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
I walk along the path as I gaze up at the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building enjoying the nighttime scenery. Huh? I think I see something bizarre.
なんだ今の。
I stop and try to look at the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice. Oh! We actually can't see her. Really good eyesight. It looks like someone I know. But I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. It doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there. But she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with Magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way she would be able to pick me out of a crowd on the ground. She's looking down at the town. Little does he know, yeah. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forgot how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician, looking down the surface world with the bright moon shining right behind her. She's like a magician, huh? And then, she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky. I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. Water? There you go. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her. And besides, I'm not so out of it I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. It's just... Tosca sure has a weird way of spending her time. Not so secretly admire, yeah. I want to root for Sakura, of course, because she's a cute kohai, but then like I haven't seen Emiya or Ren interact with each other yet. He called her weird. Sakura? I guess. But that means that she has something unique about her, you know? Unlike Shinto, there is no sign of people anywhere in Miyama. You're with Rin, personally? Interesting. There's nobody around after 8 at night, and the town is silent and still. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life, and no trespassing sign hangs over the front door. Oh no, unless you're saying he called Rin weird. In just a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now for the single child who survived. I bite my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. He called Rin weird. Ah, okay. I promised I'd be just like Kudetsugi, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happened so close to home. I want to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reach the top of the hill where my house sits. Well, is she weird? She was kind of aura farming on top of the highest skyscraper in the city, so maybe. Yeah, but he doesn't do that yet, yeah. The lights are on, so Fujine or Sakura is still inside. He can tell. Fujine turns towards me, munching on a rice cracker. The TV is tuned to a lively variety show. Show.
またこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだから、もっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。8時までのバイトを選んでるんだから、これ以上無茶言わないでくれ。で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
Did she make dinner herself?
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Interesting. Okay. This is the night where she has the encounter. Fujine cheerfully replies, I'm gonna blame the blonde guy. Yeah, me too. As far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person.
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか。
Right. Which they probably have chefs of their own inside the Yakuza family too.
だからここが私の家だよ。
Fujine tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
Fujine has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. She'll bring stuff like bowls from restaurants that are too big to be functional, an unnecessarily heavy earthen teapot, or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is a convenient storage or something.
ちょっと見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
これ？うちで余ったポスターだけど。
Okay. Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably a poster of some no-name singer.
どれどれ?
Lily Ireline. I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky background. The caption on the poster in bloody font. Love's lovely Rangerland. By the way, Miku movie in theaters April 17th and April 17th, and tickets go on sale March 27th. Gotcha. I will be there. April 17th. What day is that? A Thursday? Dang it. Too bad I watch or I work in Tuesday afternoons because that's the cheapest day to go to like my theaters in my area. I wonder if maybe Thursday will also work too. Yeah, I'll have to see too if Mrs. Reef will want to go as well. There we go. Come to the self-defense meetup. Hey, this is a recruitment poster for a youth group.
それいらないからあげるね。
俺だっていらねえよこんなの。
I quickly roll the poster back up and try to whack Fujine on the head with it.
へへん、外れ。
However, Fujine counters mercilessly with another poster she's been holding. Conk. Her poster sword bops me lightly. Stars! I see stars!
シロの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
Wait, is Shiro going to learn how to use a sword from one because he summoned sabers, so he wants to know how to use a sword. But then he gets Fujine to teach him how to sword fight?
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに紙のポスターがかような破壊音を。
Did she manage some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute?
ごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。
Well, he'll fight alright.
シロ、頭大丈夫？
藤ね、いつか絶対に人を殺すぞ。その性格。
その時はシロがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
What?
全速でお断りです。 そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
I would accept. I don't blame you. Pray that I survive. I have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。
She's
そんなこと
Yakuza
よりしろ。
true.
私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Fujine gets up. What's up with Fujine? She must be really hungry if she's offering to help, even if it's just to help setting the table.
はいはい。じゃあ藤姉は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらい告げるだろ。
告げるよ。ねえシロ、私丼でいいかな。
いいんじゃないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃシロもお揃いね。
Fujine scoops mounds of rice into 2 large bowls. Oh, that reminds me. I did recently try spam fried rice recently. And it was actually pretty good. I did still like cook this because I had the thought after I had already made. I tried to make fried rice, and then my mom just took over. But yeah, but after she made it, I just like diced up the spam that I have and like put it into the frying pan, and just kind of like cooked it lightly for a little bit. And then so it wasn't cooked into the fried rice, but was still pretty nice. So yeah. You're telling me spam fried this rice? Yeah, it's getting pretty interesting nowadays, like what food items can do. Whatever. I was gonna go for a second helping anyway, and if I meddle in what Fujine does now, we may really not have any dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years. Wait, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years. That's a typo. Another day ends. We finish our rowdy dinner, and after I see off Fujine, I take a bath. After that, I head to the shed for my daily training. I complete it as usual, and then go to bed. Close enough. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Today ends peacefully and without incident. Save! Alright, let's finish off day 3 and then call it there for the stream, because that'll put us like in the present after the prologue. February 2nd! 3. Long day, long night. I'm in a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. The long-forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run. I keep running. Every time, the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up, feeling wrong. A hand to my forehead tells me I'm sweating, even though it's winter. The clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of chopping from the kitchen. Not really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
Shiro, 今日どうするのよ? 土曜日だから午後はアルバイト?
I kind of feel like dying today, you know?
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に。 暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私今月ピンチなのだ。
School on a Saturday. Kid me would have hated this. Yeah, but it's a half day for them on Saturdays. Because I get out around noon, and after that it's just like club activities. So yeah.
ピンチって何がさ。
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
断る。自業自得だ。たまには一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
I can't.
で、シローには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。はい、
私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先
生。オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Such a good girl, I know. You can say no, Sakura, it's okay. Just cook for me exclusively, please. Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides, and the main dish is braised lotus root, konnyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyudo Club, and Fujine is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロー、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujine looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she's just kind of out there most of the time, she's pretty sharp.
寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
She's pretty sharp about this kind of thing.
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
It's not an interesting topic for Fujine, so she shifts the conversation in another direction. That doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares a lot, back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent. I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though. Fujine was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロー、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
シローが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
I thought she said, but I wish she wound up a little more traumatized.
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I am fine, Fujine smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration, but I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to grunt in protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by our interaction. Soon after Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
Oh, it's about to be a long 3 days if that's the case.
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ？さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
え、そんな違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。
Alright, she's not saying it, but she's practically saying that, no, I really do want to, like, cook for you and take care of you and stuff like that. It's just like, you know, I can't.
別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
What? Sakura's acting suspicious, or rather, she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over the weekend.
わかった。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
She's telling him she only wants to spend time with him if it's up to her. Exactly! But he doesn't hear it at all.
そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
And he's like, oh, she's saying she's busy. Man. If he's supposed to be my twin, then he obviously is like all air, but only muscle. Sakura sighs in relief. But the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
先輩って。
Hmm? Sakura is staring at my left hand. I look down and see blood trickling from it. What? Dense twin. No, I'm still dense in my own way too, so it's not like we're completely opposites of each other. I pull up my shirt sleeve. Yep. Blood.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
But I don't feel any pain. It looks like there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way from my shoulder to the back of my hand. It looks like a snake that's trying to reach my palm from the top of my shoulder. What?
ま、痛みもないし、すぐに引くだろう。大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
You're bleeding! Even if it doesn't hurt, you're losing blood.
はい。先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
The sight of the blood probably made Sakura sick, so she's keeping her head down. Aw, she's squeamish. Oh, she can cook though. So squeamish. Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. The schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. The morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. He senses it. The runes. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising from morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless.
気のせいか、これ。
When I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like memories have lashed onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls. Ooh.
疲れてるのかな、俺。
I shake my head to clear it, and head onto campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
That's why he's here, okay. I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then...
なんだ、まだ学校にいたんだ、エミヤ。
I run into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making a small commotion.
やることもないくせに、まだ残ってたの？ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たちなんだから。
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせれば何だって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
すまん。よく覚えていない。それシンジの口癖だと思っていたから、どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
そうかい。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。
The only thing that I can't fix is your attitude. So, sorry.
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よし。なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。弦も巻いてないのが溜まってるし、安土の掃除もできてない。
So what you're saying is that you're unkempt man, huh?
暇ならさ、そっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな。元弓道部員だろ？ 生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？
Oh god, sorry.
そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれるんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
Okay, man.
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。
Get these groupies out of here.
そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty, just yapping away. They seem to be Kyudo members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be the members Shinji recruited recently.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったから、たまにはこういうのも悪くない。
Look at him just brushing it off.
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
I'm not the one with the seaweed hair, so who's the clown here?
待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
I cleaned the Kyudo dojo without any problems since I'm familiar with it. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning a place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring in my own bow and visit. I'll look at the time, and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. The school gates must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. Now that I look closely, I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow rests in the club room.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
He was just being a maid, and that's why he stayed behind and ended up dying. Wow. I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny. The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold. My cheeks start to sting. Fugi typically isn't cold at night during winter, but night's certainly an exception. My breath fogs the air with every exhale.
なんだ、暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
I look up, and there's no light in the sky. Strong winds send the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew is long past, and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus. It seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. Oh boy! I think I heard something. I heard somebody's husband over there.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
That night, under the frosty sky, I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence. So I headed toward the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard.
人？
It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's just so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sounds grow louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. It sounds like a fight.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、俺。
I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in the school courtyard with weapons like that? And then... It was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger, or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me, and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. Lancer appears. Hi, Archer. I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear that their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements. They're too fast. The movements look so surreal, my mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else, in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone could see that these two aren't human. To start, humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows this when my brain kicks in, that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. I sense they're living things designed only to kill. No knife or blade would be a match for whatever they're wielding. They're clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. I shouldn't stay and watch another second. But I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee. But something else tells me they'll find me the second I move. More than any internal conflict though, I am just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still imagine getting stabbed in the back with that spear. I can't breathe. The sound... Ooh, well, sorry, there we go. The sound stopped. Two figures separate and stand, facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight's over, another, stronger sense of malice creeps over me. My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. A nauseatingly high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Kitsugi once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. It was a kind of magecraft so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way, even the simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge-eating. The sight is so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive. NP time. He's going to die. Oh yeah, that's the, that's like their, that's the thing for their ultimate attack, right? I forgot what the acronym stood for. Phantasm? Not Neo, but something like that. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. Noble Phantasm, thank you. He's going to die. That inhuman, something in the guise of a man is going to die. But can I just let this happen? He willingly saved them. That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free, and I take a deep breath. The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have the thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time to flee for my life. And suddenly all my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. Pepperoni. I don't remember where I ran through or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have run towards town. Gotta be the world's biggest idiot. Think I can escape by running into an empty building. The school, of all places. There must have been other better places to hide. And what the hell convinced me I died if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down. I breathe a sigh of relief. I survived! I try to recall what I just saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure, I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that looked human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. But I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye. I can't remember what they looked like, though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat. Stab. Ooh. The voice comes from the right of me. From right in front of me. I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know that I'm going to die. And with that, he raises his spear. No mercy. No compassion. His spear pierces my heart. He's trying to make him feel better, but his tone... It's like, yeah, this is a bad day to, like, see that, you know? It's like, you're about to die, so it can't be helped, but, you know, it could have been better. I didn't even have time to dodge. It happened, exactly. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood. Once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish, floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, Just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like.
死人に口なしってな。弱い奴がくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
My eyes can't focus.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
Right, they're all heroes, after all. I can only hear his voice.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
Yeah, he hates doing dirty work. Yeah, I imagine like a lot of these heroes are gonna hate dirty work and things like that. Being that they all used to be heroes, you know? The voice suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Bro just wanted a good fight. Yeah, especially with his brother in red, you know? Since he's in blue. Afterwards. The footsteps I heard earlier stopped. There's an awkward silence. Then footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud, whistling sound coming from my mouth, like a passing typhoon.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
Not so much this time around, but some servants can actually be the type that likes causing chaos, but it's really depending on their origin. Okay, I see. Because they're more so based on myths across the centuries, right? Instead of just being folktale heroes. I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud, as the person reaches their finger out to try to close my mouth.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
Wherever it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. Yep, or they just have a bad personality. Yeah, true. Because sometimes, or a lot of the times, you really only hear about the things that people do, but they don't often record what type of person that they are. Or they just like change it, you know, to fit the story. The moment I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽造して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
The voice sounds distressed. But at that moment, my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me is sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jolts and my cold, stagnated blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
Clink. I hear something fall.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
You just saved my life. And that was it. The person mocks himself and leaves. My heart resumes beating. And then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into a slumber, bound to wake again. Why is it flashing so much? He had a rough night. Oh man, wait until Issei hears about this. I wake suddenly. I feel sick, and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head. My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area of my uniform is torn, and my blood stains the hall floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying looks like a murder scene. Was my chest stabbed? I fight down a surge of nausea as I head into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pull out a rag and bucket. His first instinct is to clean up his own blood? Okay, even he's like questioning, is like, what am I doing? I'm so confused. Sasuga. I encountered something unbelievable. Then it murdered me. But here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be? We need a lot of bleach. I wipe at the floor with a rag I found. I managed to wipe off the blood despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, then gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it in my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff unless my head's all fuzzy. That works. Put the rag and bucket away, and stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. He's literally being pumped full of magic right now thanks to that amulet. Or that gem. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujine left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was just patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound. That's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive. If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me, so I need to thank them properly one day. I get that he's in pain, but I would not feel safe out with him. Yeah, no! The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. My body's like, new heart, who dis? I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I place my hands on my bare chest, where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, as a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling, the agony of the spirit tip piercing my chest, isn't something I can easily forget.
くそ、しばらく夢に見るぞ。
When I close my eyes, I feel the spirit rest again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure. Quick, to the storehouse!
よし、落ち着いてきた。
This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I take slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit.
それで、あれのことだけど。
So he could also just have like mana sickness, right? Because his body has like an exorbitant amount of magic that is not used to feeling. The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind. But I never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost if it had a will of its own. From what I've heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are the elemental types. But I thought elementals didn't look human.
いや、問題はそんなじゃなくて。
There's a more fundamental issue. Those two were trying to kill each other. And there was a robbery and a murder at a house nearby. Eerie stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all of this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that this situation is out of my control.
こんな時、親父が生きてれば。
Alright, so this is just like, for me personally, right? But I want, by the very end of this game, I want Rin and Mashiro to team up during the Holy Grail War so they don't have to fight each other. And then after like they defeat the rest of the competition, they just like square off and have an honorable duel with Saber and Archer to decide who gets the right to wish on the Holy Grail. But they don't kill each other, they just have a spar to see who comes out on top. And then like happily ever after, and then everything's like all like Guns N' Roses? No, that's not the right word. But it's like but yeah, that's what I want to happen. That's not gonna happen. But I can only hope as we go through this game. I guess that was kind of whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw.
まあ抜け。わからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか。
I can complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. Kind of already are. Sorry. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a mage's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there's ever an intruder in the area, an alarm rings.
こんな時に泥棒か。
I berate myself for my own idiocy. Of course it's not a burglar. Given the timing, right after that weird incident, there's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar. It's an assassin. They're here to take a life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. The house is dead silent. That same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, and it's not my imagination. I know that the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin would just leap right in and kill me. And that would just be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared, and I'm going to be imperiled again. My breathing goes labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after it was saved earlier the same damn day. Well, it's a new day, technically, so... I grit my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me not to die so pathetically as last time. Am I not a mage, after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for? I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever's here. I may call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight, after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm not anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm just going to expose myself, and it'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but I obviously don't have one just lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon. The poster! Yeah, use it! I can't help but feel utterly dejected. But the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation is so bad, it can't really get any worse. Then, all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left. I speak my incantation and I inject a magical energy into the rolled up 60cm poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon to go up against that spear. I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster, as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads throughout the poster and spills out, I say, I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. He's got better! The poster is hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It turned out great for a hastily improvised sword. With a little help from Pretty Good Girl. How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kiritsugi died, and so for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. I may be able to defend myself. I at least have some discipline in swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead, but I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Just as I start trying to hype myself up, every hair on my body stands on end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight towards me. A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came through the ceiling, and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. I roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man lands with inhuman The man lands with an inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out the way. Sorry, it's almost been 4 hours. Actually, it's been over 4 hours. I stop myself quickly and get to my feet. Makeshift sword at the ready. He's probably thinking, he dodged this time, right? The guy turns lazily, looking bored.
余計な手間を。見えていればいたかろうと、俺なりの配慮だったのだがな。
He shifts his spear to his other hand in a slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at the school. Which might give me a chance at escaping him. He's so funny.
まったく、一日に同じ人間を二度殺す羽目になるとはな。いつになろうと、人の世は血生臭いということか。
He's complaining to himself, like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I run out, then it's only about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I should quickly...
じゃあな、今度こそ迷うなよ、坊主。
He says it almost absent-mindedly, like it was just an afterthought. Why won't you just die, kid? Pain shoots up my right arm. It all happens in an instant. He thrusts his spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd just been holding a rolled up paper. He struck as if he hadn't been holding anything at all. But... holding back anything at all? But the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack, so it only grazed my arm.
ほう、変わった芸風だな、おい。
His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal eyeing his prey. My voice! Crap. I was clearly wrong, thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge his strike from above. He smelled blood.
ただの坊主かと思ったが、なるほど。微弱だが魔力を感じる。心臓をうがたれて生きているってのはそういうことか。
The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if he had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. A sword is a whole line, and a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves?
いいぜ。少しは楽しめそうじゃないか。
The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash, the spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parry the blow aimed at my face. He's gonna toy with him? Aw, man.
いい子だ。ほら次行くぞ。
It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving his spear in this small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. My first thought was, Kinetsugi sells. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, we have to get out of here. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aimed at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to bury. Monstrous. Is that a hammer he's swinging? Damn. The numbness in my arms is telling me that they might be broken. I instinctively swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flickering his spear at my sword without drawing back at all. Numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more. The man's spear changes trajectory slightly.
使えねえな。機械をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ、魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He even let me take a swing on him after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgag. So he sees no point in continuing this.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ、坊主。
No! The man readies his spear again. During that microscopic opening. I don't turn back to look. I just leap backwards through the window. My back shatters the window and I roll out into the yard. I roll a few times, spring upward, and... I blindly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. I manage to bat the man's spear aside and he hesitates for just an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, he was going to have to chase after me. And he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow, and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He'd have killed me if I'd been even a second late, and I'd have been just as dead if I was early too. But knowing the incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing I had to do was get up as quickly as I could and parry the attack I knew would be coming at my back. The gamble pays off and my sword and my swing deflects his spear. Smart boy, yeah. I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused.
Tobe.
He's not holding the spear anymore, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot in the roundhouse kick. Scenery goes flying by. My chest goes numb where he kicked me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. I never thought a guy kicking me would send me into the air like a damn ball. He helps! I fall hard onto my back. I slam into a wall and the impact likely breaking my back. Breaking my back and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into the shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. I tried to track the man through blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks his spear up and rushes straight at me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. Can't even look back at him. My body, on the verge of collapse, practically greets the spear. What dumb luck. My knees give out. I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. 20 meters is like 65 feet or something. Wow. Oh my god. That's a really big... This is a long distance, but that's also a really big house. And this is my last chance. If only I could get inside the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. Thanks, Lancer. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then... He launches a spear at me. I block it. I open up the roll-up paper poster to create a single-use shield. Oh! Right, you can just unroll it. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning into a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fall on my butt and try to get my heart beating again after it feels like it's trying to quit on me. The moment I raise my head to try to grab something to use as a weapon.
爪だ。今のは割と驚かされたぜ、坊主。
We're making him proud! The man points a spear in front of my face. I can't do anything else now. His spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. It's the scent of death assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt a few hours ago.
しかし、わからねえな。起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
Man! I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is focused on the weapon pointed at me. Obviously. The moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point?
もしやとは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。
No, you're right. I could do it.
だとしても、これで終わりなんだが。
His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wound in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. The taste of blood that will well up in my throat. Wasn't this the prologue? Like the very beginning, like text? That feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? It is! I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one who goes through this? This is bullshit. No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spear is still going to impale me though. The tip will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die, and it's bullshit. I'm going to die twice in a single day, in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. I'm going to die and I didn't even have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess.
ふざけるな。俺は。
I'm not going to let myself die senselessly to the likes of you. It is absolutely the right word for this moment. Cloning that audio? Oh no. Like magic. Hey, I take offense. Lancer is great. It's okay. He meant you like the royal you, like in general. Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know is that the figure is a girl. I hear a high-pitched sound. The moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the spear pressed to my heart, and steps between me and the man without missing a beat.
7人目のサーバントだと。
He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside, but the girl brandishes something in her hand. She! Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage, because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quietly turns towards me. There she is. Alright, but... was Shiro... was that his summoning right there? Like his internal monologue? That was enough to count for Saber to come to his aid? To become his servant? The wind is strong today. Because I know the summoning circle is inside the shed, but like at the same time, it's not like he wasn't actively trying to summon her too. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief moment. Instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl, who appears like a knight. Unlike Rin, he got peak timing. Oh. Because it was already the new day, right? That's true. I'm speechless. Oh! So does that mean that the peak timing for every mage is the same? 2 AM in the morning? It's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion. Girl pretty. Her voice sounds so valiant.
Master.
She said the thing! I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I felt moments ago vanishes, and there is only the girl standing before me.
Servant Saber, 召喚に従い参上した。マスター、指示を。
It's the second time she speaks. And the moment I hear the word master, and the name Saber echoes in my ears. Saber summoned to become Saber's master. Achievement. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. I unconsciously press the back of my hand. Left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl silently nods her beautiful head.
これより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。ここに契約は完了した。
契約って何の？
I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words mean. But the girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same grace she'd shown when she nodded. An iron. I know I say it like unconventionally. She's so cool. She turned towards the shed's ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. She moves faster than expected. The girl in the knight's armor leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I forget about the pain I feel. I get up to follow her. She can't possibly go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is, she's smaller than I am. The echoing clang drowned out my words. I can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank this time. Clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. Within the darkness, sparks fly as steel strikes steel. He is not aware that he just pulled the strongest SSR in the lot. He truly is not. He knows nothing about FGL and the Holy Grail War. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets the girl who leaped from the shed. She parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. She's so small. Her hands are rated E for everyone. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between that man and I earlier doesn't even count as battle. A battle? That's a fight between two people, each able to kill the other. No matter the difference in ability, it can still be called a battle as long as both are able to kill the other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly I can't even see his strikes. Somehow, she parries his every attack perfectly, with something as she closes in on something as she closes in on him. There we go. It's almost like he's at a class disadvantage or something. The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically to ward off her attacks on his side. For a moment, his spear glows. The attack almost looks like it's caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I both could tell what it is. It's furious magical energy, so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapons every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. The man's spear strikes are precise, like a sniper rifle. Her blows must be like the overpowering blast of a shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in a flickering light. And yet, that's not what's overpowering the man. The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon. The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. Her weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it would be reckless to go in for an attack. Should I just have already? No. That man is trying to kill me. Keep going, Saber. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon. But she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of his shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Parrying her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man. His movements aren't as sharp as they had been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith striking iron. The spear-wielding man continues defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but to admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself from an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. But that's all he can do. I can't handle whispers, but sword sound effects is fine. At least it's much more in your face, right? When an opponent is so completely on defense, the only thing you need to do is beat them down. The girl steps in closer. She smashes down, striking with all her might.
調子に乗るな、たけ。
Seeing his chance, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back as if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air and smashes into the ground, kicking up dust. Her massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the quartered spearman, proved easy to dodge.
バカ、何やってんだあいつ。
Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have worn the man down, but the tremendous swing meant to deal the finishing blow wouldn't even ever touch him. The relentless attacks must have put incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. She don't stay out of it. Yes, she knows what she's doing. Like, let her do her thing. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then comes in to strike once again the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps in a triangular pattern and leaps towards the girl as if revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second. The girl twists her body around like a top. Oh, it's not on auto. Whoops. While her sword is still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistakes and tries to correct. But the girl uses this brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both the man and the girl seem unsatisfied though. Both struck, intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two opened a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain the battle inflicted on them seems to be too much.
どうしたランサー？止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。
I've already been getting more Fate stuff on my timeline lately, right? Yeah, I haven't seen any myself since the first night that I streamed this game. But I feel like now I'm probably gonna get more again. He's so funny.
貴様の方、それは剣か?
He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her.
さあどうかな。
Just don't read anything in your mind.
戦
Yeah.
譜かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサー。
抜かせセイバ
Keep treat everything as mana. I will. I saw a screenshot with a purple haired girl that says, "Be sure to serve her the largest meal possible to fatten her up." It's funny. What? Sakura? Huh. Maybe somebody else. Somehow, this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. It looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move, but I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at the school a few hours ago. It's a killer move that was supposed to have ended the battle.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。
There's a lot of characters we call Rin faces and Sakura faces, so it could have been anyone. In FTO, there's a lot of them. Interesting.
ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ。
It's like, no, I will kill you. And of course they
こ
would
っち
raise,
はも
yeah.
ともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ長居する気はなかったんだが。
The air wavers. Their surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear.
Hog.
The girl readies her weapon and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him.
じゃあな、その心臓もらい受ける。
The beast kicks the ground. Nasser appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes a spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective with the spear pointing at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear towards Lancer, intent on striking him down. But at that moment... Okay, you don't have to clock her that quickly, okay? No. His words alone radiate immense magical energy. The spear released from below angled towards the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. Oh, he just gave himself away. Yeah. The blows sends her flying in a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. Wait, but she looked completely fine when, after this fight was over. What happened? She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced, and she is bleeding profusely. I'm just as bewildered. Watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that. But then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet, the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed, bizarrely, as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change course, it altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words and released his spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the facts. Oh, I've got to be close now, right? It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. Noble phantasm logic. I can kind of follow it though. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend against such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. Shiro managed to figure this out pretty quickly too. However, the girl evades by a hairbreadth. The spear did penetrate her, but didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than the spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned and reversed direction with an incredible amount of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She was either incredibly lucky, or had just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl manages to avoid the fatal blow, and so survives Lancer's ultimate attack. The girl tries to get her labored breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of it, blood stopped seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. Okay, there we go. Shiro, we need healing. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she is more than outstanding. In terms of her skills in the fight against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she's obviously superior to Lancer. But that's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth. He wants a good fight. And he glares at the girl. His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself.
ゲイボルク。オウミはアイルランドの光の巫女か。
Child of Light. Ireland. Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance.
ドジったぜ。こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく。有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい、なんて抜かしやがる。
Oh.
逃げるのか、ランサー。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞ、セイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
Mari, get your mans. He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he can still be. But Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him.
待て、ランサー。
The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit.
バカかあいつ。
His master is an asshole and a coward. Yeah. Must be Mato. I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. I mean, very mysterious. It turns out I didn't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I intended to just approach and call out to her, but I went right out the window the moment I got near her. They're twins though. Both got stabbed in the heart at least once today. She is completely unbelievable. The shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. The clothing she's wearing, dated as it is a bright, vivid blue. I've never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She is absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun gold. Her face is graceful with a trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over to her chest. I managed to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't know quite how to respond to that gaze, but then I notice something. Emiya, please. That's the warrior. The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest, yet there's no outward sign of a wound. I've heard there's a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. That must mean she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her to know who she is and what's going on.
お前何者だ。
Take half a step back as I ask the question.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから確認をするまでもないでしょう。
セイバーのサーバント。
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
She says it so casually. There's a touch of contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. Contempt, huh? Why the hell am I getting agitated?
そうか。変な名前だな。
I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly, but I honestly don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I just ask her what the hell she is? It'd be rude for me to not respond.
俺はシロ。エミやシロって言ってこの家の人間だ。
Wow, he was much faster to tell his servant her name, to tell his servant his name, compared to Rin with hers. There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things. But, well, she did give me her name. It's only polite that I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter who I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in confusion. She moves not an inch.
いや違う。今のはなしだ。聞きたいのはそういうことでなくて、つまりだな。
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
ね。
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契
Not
約
a
を交わ
typical
した以
master?
上、あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
Crap. I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as master.
それは違う。俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ。
それでは素人。ええ。私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Oh my god, the pretty girl said my name? First name basis, let's go. Oh yeah, that too. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet?
ちょっと待て。なんだってそっちの方。
A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. The back of my hand is burning. Yeah, first name is for close friends and family, yeah. A strange pattern appears on the back of my left hand, like a tattoo.
それはレイジと呼ばれるものです、シロ。私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
Unlike Rin.
お前。
シロ、傷の治療を。
Her tone is cold now. First name is only for Oshis. True! It seems she's not focused on me, but somewhere else. Or something elsewhere.
待て。まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし、それにもう治ってるじゃないか、それ。
Saber frowns. I feel like I've said something that disappoints her.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
Run, run, run! Except not towards me, away!
あと一度って何を。
Yeah, I'm gonna delay on tonight's stream by an extra like half hour so that I can relax a little bit and have time to eat without rushing. Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. I was gonna suggest that, yeah, because this final part is like, whoo boy. Day 3, it's like just like the last one, it's taking a long time. And now I'm just alone in the yard.
外に敵？
Take your time. I will. Enemies outside. Oh, sorry. I realize what she means as soon as I say it. He died.
ちょっと待て、まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
Alright, the stream before that. I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can towards the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers, and jump out.
セイバー、どこだ？
I strain to see in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch black. Now of all times. But I hear something nearby.
そこか。
I run to an empty pathway. It happens all in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. She easily cuts at the man in red. Saber raises her arm, ready to, but before she's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they unleash. I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. That was a sort of intervention magecraft. What? That was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My own man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not sure even a first-rate mage could just cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backward with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and levels her invisible sword at them. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see then that Saber's attacking a human. I can't tell who it is, specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, the blood staining her hands suddenly fills my mind. New Dream Girl versus old Dream Girl, wow. Can't we all get along? Saber moves in. Ooh, I wonder if Shiro is gonna be like, don't kill that person, you know? Or don't kill another human with his first command spell. He's gonna slit open their throat with that invisible sword.
Yamero, Saber!
Or it could just be a general command too. I scream as loud as I can. The blade stops cold. It's probably best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. But the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with her opponent's blood just yet.
Yamero. 頼むからやめてくれ、セイバー。
I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds her sword at the ready.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら、少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
She's like, now is not the time. Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there, staring at me.
順番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent and stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな、などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Well, yeah? Don't needlessly harm one another? Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacking me.
つまりあなたは 敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょう。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令状を持って私を律しなさい。
いや、そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。女の子が剣なんて振り回すもんじゃない。怪我をしてるならなおさらだろう。
Wow.
で、そっか。本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。いや、とにかくそういうのはダメだ。
In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing there like that.
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
He opened a can of worms? Oh no. The person who fallen to the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instinctively grips her sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。へえ、セイバーともあろうサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Saber grits her teeth, but she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
Whoever it was that's been on the ground finally stands up. Time for psychological warfare, oh boy. They act brazen as they pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's...
お前、遠さか。
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤくん。
Ren Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real.
いや、だからさっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
This was like kind of like a bit of a relief for her personally. It's like, oh my god, I can actually talk to a mage? Now, I know she probably still has her guard up. Hearing her be so blunt about it makes me seem like the idiot here.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤくんは。
As she says that, she walks towards the entrance to my house. You are the idiot.
待て、遠坂。何考えてんだ、お前。
And at that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile has changed into something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤくん、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me, and I can see actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤくんのお家にね。
Archer is nowhere to be found. He's just like, she's just taking a break. Like, resting inside of Rin right now. Tosaka walks through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her, and she was about to die.
いや、それにしたって。
She's also salty that you have Saber. And not her. Maybe it's my imagination, but I think that Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. She also saved the 7th Master. True! Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking in front of me. Use her gem too. This has been like a terrible night for her, hasn't it? Well, a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is suddenly following behind me. The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension. But I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who's apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, so I have to hold my ground too or else I'll look stupid. Too late. Though, I can't really think of anything at all that's significant here. Like, Saber's still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we formed some sort of contract, which probably makes her a kind of familiar. I've heard of familiars an assistant mages use. Most mages transfer a part of their own body to something else, then use it as their double. But typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that, they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that will require a mage to use over half of their own magical energy just to sustain the familiar though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals, can be controlled with minimal effort, and so aren't any burden. At least that's how it is taught.
何かあるのですか、シロ。
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
Saber obviously looks human, and she is clearly superior to her master, that is, me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circuits to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a servant. I don't know what she is, but that man named Lancer and the man in red Tosaka has in tow are probably all the same. Which means Tosaka can also be called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages, so there's really not much sense comparing any mages to someone like me, who can only do strengthening. What's clear is that Rin Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Emiya family came during Kudetsugi's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages. I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. But that Lancer guy is another mage is familiar too. That means I've got myself in the middle of some sort of fight between mages. Some kind of war.
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
I should really just stop thinking for now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning. No, it's 1 o'clock. Okay.
何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
仕方ないだろう。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
I don't know about fighting, but yeah.
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
ふーん、変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
Chat, does she like us? I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass. She stares at it for a second. She cuts her fingertip and lets a single drop of blood fall into the window. What kind of magecraft is that? The shattered window begins to reassemble itself, returning to its original, undamaged state in mere seconds.
遠坂、今の。
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。
You saved my life. Now let me fix your window.
もう、私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ？本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
She says all of this like it's a normal thing. Her skills are just beyond my comprehension.
いや、すごいぞ遠坂。 俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんなことないでしょ。ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Tosuka stops abruptly. Crap. Sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
Maybe the shed? Well, actually, I have the shed I use for trading, but I think calling that a workshop would just make Tosuka angrier.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
I just nod. Whoa, that's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。ねえ、それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
Tosuka just stares at me.
まあ端的に言えば多分。
Her stare is so intense, I can't help but be vague in my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。
She laughs, or she sighs, disappointed. I'm the one laughing. I don't much care for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Tosuka takes a breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤ君、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
Hmm? That was a really weird way to put that, but I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
率直に言うと、エミヤ君はマスターに選ばれたの。どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
手の甲って、あ、これか。
そう。それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。で、その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤ君は殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
ね、俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosuka is saying. Masters defeating masters? And then they're granted the Holy Grail. And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail?
まだわからない？要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。 他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Tosuka talks about this like it's the most natural thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosuka claims to be a master. Familiars called servants. And the Holy Grail War, a battle to the death between 7 mages.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
So are you able to have a servant if you're not a part of the Holy Grail War? Or can there only ever be 7 servants summoned at a given time period?
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That. True. That Lancer guy did nearly kill me.
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤくん。
Tosuka's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. That guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise. And I was only there to die. That's why. Me backing out of this incomprehensible deathmatch doesn't mean the others will do the same.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。
This might be the shortest time period too, between Holy Grail Wars, because the last one seems like it only happened a decade ago.
私もマスターに選ばれた一人。
But didn't these
だから
choose
サーバントと契
lifetime?
約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。
Okay, so I think there can only be 7 servants at a given time.
で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
Tosuka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. One thing she mentioned raises a question.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるって言うけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。それにとても使い魔なんかに見えない。
He's so polite, yeah. I glanced over at Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me. A high schooler?
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
ゴーストライナー。じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか？
The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability, who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make sense. Ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possesses a body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄、精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。は
あ？受肉した過去の英雄。
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。まあ呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、 後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。魂を形にするなんてのは一階の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
ちょっと待て、過去の英雄って、
I look at Saber. So she's a hero of the past too? Well, sure. Nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
魂の再現って、じゃあそのサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか？
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて一段階上に昇華するって話聞いたことない？
Oh. Even machinery too, huh? Interesting.
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。高霊術とか口寄せとか、そういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。けどこのサーバントっていうのは英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
その霊体と実体を使い分けられるってことか。遠坂のサーバントは姿が見えないけど、今は霊体ってことか。
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。
Oh.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら一撃で消滅してたわ。いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれない。けどサーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
Tosaka's explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel like a fair description of Saber.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。そのあたりは理解できた？
言葉の上でなら。けど納得なんて言ってないぞ。そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が何のために始めたんだ？
それは私が知るべきことでもないし、答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。
Right.
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
As Tosaka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、レミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。
ええ、あなたの言う通り、私は万全ではありません。シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも魔力の回復も難しいでしょ
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。
Ooh, okay.
それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで、シローにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
正解。風格も十分と。 もうますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったらこんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
遠坂、それ俺がふさわしくないってことか？
She will say yes to that question.
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Whoa, anyone with a heart might have softened that blow a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as the perfect honor student at school slowly crumbles. You say sure was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところでそろそろ行きましょうか。
Tosaka announces this curtly. Good, honestly. Yeah, if you're gonna like her for the person that she is, not the image that everybody else built her up to be. But it's... Oh, Tosaka announces this curtly, but it's kinda weird.
行くってどこへ？
だからあなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤくん、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
それは当然だけど、それってどこだよ？もうこんな時間なんだし、あんまり遠いのは。
Oh yeah, I forgot about this point because we've been dealing with Lancer and his master so far, but the masters are not supposed to be fighting each other yet. So that's why she's so willing to talk with us right now. Because the war has not actually started, because everybody needs to assemble first.
大丈夫。隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに明日は日曜なんだから別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
いや、そういう問題じゃなくて。
So much has happened today, and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤくんがそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
But that it was because Saber was the last one. Maybe not too, because the last master has Saber's like, oh, yeah, let's not try anything right now. For some reason, Tosaka's asking for Saber's opinion.
セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
そんなことあるか。ただ遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ。ならこんな現代に呼び出されて右も左もわからないはずだ。だから
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのならあらゆる時代に適応します。ですからこの時代のこともよく知っている。
And let me tell you, I am not happy about what this TikTok thing is.
知ってるって本当に？
もちろん。この時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
嘘。どんな確率よそれ。
Not the first time. Whoa. Oh hey, Tosaka's surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あなたと契約したサーバントとしてシロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Saber silently stares at me. The look on her face tells me she's saying this for my sake, not for her own safety.
わかった。行けばいいんだろ。行けば。
So forward, I know.
で、それってどこなんだ、トサカ。ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
The church, not temple. Okay. Whoops. Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It's the look of someone who's enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. Ugh, the priest? Oh no. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Tosaka has a really nasty side. Save, right? Still going? We walk through town at night. I feel like this would be a good place to stop though. Yeah. By any chance, Mari, do you remember how like close this day is? Wait, I can also maybe check here. No. Oh, whoops! Don't look at that too hard. But it will diverge from there. Unnatural bruise. Yeah, no, it feels like it's not like a set length, so I won't know until much later. Yeah. So it does feel like this is gonna go on for like much longer. So it might be better to save and call it here, and then finish the exposition dump, like for the start of next stream or next time we play this. I say save and stop, yeah. Ooh, because like I've been struggling for the past hour, like trying to keep my words together while I read everything. But yeah. Okay, let's call it here. You need to eat. I do. All right, let me go ahead and like move tonight's stream to 7:30, maybe 7:45. Yeah, 7:45 will be better. For this. And then 7:45. Yeah, and then time to go like figure out what I want to eat. But yeah, thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Oh man, I'm so glad that we managed to catch up to where I left off in the last stream, quote unquote. But and then got even past that by a huge margin, I think. Yeah, Shido got Saber. Yeah. So now I'm like really interested to see how the dynamics between Shido, Saber are gonna work out, and then how their dynamics are gonna like complement Archer and Rin too. By the way, Jurassic World Evolution 2 is free on Epic. That's $60 off free game. Oh, interesting. Oh, that probably just like went free today. Yeah. Okay, so I'll go at least add that to my library. Alright, time to go eat. And then so I'll see you guys in like a little close to an hour. Yeah. Bye. Oh, that's the wrong thing. How will he explain this blonde woman to Sakura? That's if she shows herself, right? Alright, for real this time. Bye.